Chapter 619, I'm not the same as 3 years ago. Harry nodded in agreement. He had seen a bunch of wizards take several minutes to stun a dragon last night and thought he would never be able to do it himself.
I've written to Sirius asking him if there's anything he can do, but the first match starts tomorrow afternoon and I don't know if we'll make it.
Harry said miserably. Ivan looked at the distressed couple and ate the last of the pastry.
You don't have to worry so much.
He said slowly.
It's not that hard.
Harry asked, looking pleasantly surprised. Hermione also looked at Ivan curiously.
You've got it wrong, Harry. The game doesn't require the champion to defeat or kill the dragon. What we really need to do is take the dragon's egg, which is under the dragon's protection.
Ivan went on smoothly, adding.
So all you have to do is find a way to distract the dragon, engage it, and get to it.
Then you might be able to use the transfiguration charm to create a creature to lure the dragon away, and then go get the egg.
Hermione was quick-witted, and she was able to come up with a plausible solution. This plan was quickly rejected by Ivan.
This time, the Ministry sends in female dragons in their incubation stages. They are very alert and will not hesitate to return any creature that approaches with a dragon's breath. Also, they do not leave their nests easily and are very hard to lure.
Ivan explained. Disappointed at Ivan's words, Harry sank back into thought, trying to think of a way to distract the dragon.
Don't forget you have something you're good at, Harry.
Yvonne reminded him when he failed to come up with a solution.
Best at?
Harry hesitated, uncertain.
You mean flying?
That's right, you're very good at flying, and you have the firebolt, so you can avoid the dragon's attack with your speed. If you learn the eye disease charm and blind the dragon for a short period of time, you'll be able to get the dragon's egg.
Ivan no longer hid the fact that he had already thought of a solution. As Harry was one of his best friends, Ivan had to ensure Harry's safety during the match. The firebolt, combined with an eye disease charm, was sufficient to minimize the risk of stealing the dragon's egg and ensure that Harry would not be in as much danger as he had been in the book.
That's a great idea.
After rehearsing it in his head, Harry was so excited that he threw himself at Ivan and hugged him.
Ivan, you're amazing. All right, let go.
Ivan disentangled himself from Harry's embrace and continued.
To be on the safe side, you'll have to master both the fire protection charm and the armor charm. Oh, and the flight charm so you can summon the firebolt in the arena. But I don't know any of these spells.
Harry said awkwardly, looking embarrassed.
It's all right, I can spare some time to teach you, but you have less than a day and a half.
Ivan glanced at Harry in surprise. He had not expected Harry to have such a weak foundation.
Why don't you teach me Flutter and Eye Disease first? Forget the rest.
Harry replied sheepishly, thinking that he would be lucky if he managed to learn 2 spells in a day and a half. At least he would not be at his wits' end against a dragon. Knowing how to get through the dungeon, Harry's heart was finally at ease and he enjoyed his breakfast. Hermione was equally delighted, as she was told that Ivan was also very talented at flying, and that they could both easily get their hands on a dragon's egg.
No, it would be very strange. If both Hogwarts champions had used the same method to get past the dragon, Karkaroff would have taken the opportunity to attack us, claiming that we had cheated and learned the details of the project in advance.
Ivan shook his head, dismissing Hermione's idea. Although cheating was a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, everyone still had to put on an act to fool the audience. This was why Harry had to learn the flying spell, as he could not pretend to be prepared to go into battle with a firebolt.
So, what are you going to do?
Harry asked curiously, thinking that Ivan would be able to help him figure out a way to get through this.
Simple.
Ivan replied casually.
What? You're going to fight a dragon?
Harry looked at Ivan in bewilderment, almost believing he was joking.
You could say that, and I think the crowd is looking forward to a good game.
Yvonne said, nodding. In order to get first place, one had to behave differently from the rest of the crowd and impress the judges and spectators. At the same time, it would effectively lower the scores of the other champions. After all, with him as a comparison, it would be unreasonable for the referees to give high marks to Crumb and the others, who had performed mediocrely. Karkaroff was also under a lot of pressure when it came to withholding points, and would be scolded by the audience for giving him too little.
This is too dangerous.
Hermione turned pale when she heard that Ivan was preparing to face the dragon head-on. Even though she knew Ivan was more powerful than the average adult wizard, she was up against a 50-foot-tall, 15-meter, flaming beast. The pressure from its size alone was enough to make every wizard who faced it cautious. Unless necessary, no wizard would take the initiative to provoke a dragon.
Don't forget, I tamed a dragon in my first year, and they're nothing to be afraid of.
Yvonne assured her, knowing that Hermione was worried about her.
That's different. Norbert came out of his shell 3 years ago.
Hermione said worriedly, thinking Ivan was being too careless and unaware of the dangers of the game.
I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago, am I?
Ivan asked with a resigned shrug. He couldn't very well go into the Forbidden Forest and subdue a dragon to prove himself, could he? Moreover, after meeting Norbert last night, he had an idea that if he could implement it, he would just go through the motions during the game without any danger.
I wonder if Norbert remembers me.
Chapter 620, Cheating is a Triwizard Tournament Tradition. After breakfast, the three of them did not waste any time and found an empty classroom to begin teaching.
The soaring charm is not a difficult spell to learn, and spells and gestures are easy enough. However, it usually requires a strong enough will and determination.
This was not the first time Ivan had taught magic to others, and he had accumulated a lot of experience in class. Many professors had praised him kindly. Harry listened with great attention, and the danger posed by the dragon caused him to lose his undisciplined learning attitude and become even more nervous than he had been when he was practicing the art of guarding. Once Ivan had explained the essentials of the spell, Harry eagerly took his firebolt and practiced it over and over again. Hermione, who did not have to participate in the dangerous games, was not idle, and she learned these spells as Harry did. In addition to her desire to improve her skills and reduce the gap between them, there was also the fear that Ivan would talk about practicing legilimency when she had time. The memory of that fateful day made her feel ill at ease, but Ivan seemed to have forgotten about it and never mentioned it again. Unaware of Hermione's thoughts, Ivan had no time to ponder them. As he instructed Harry on how to cast the charm, he was perfecting the plan he had come up with to convince Norbert to play along with him in a rigged match. Yes, fake matches. Dragons were not easy creatures to deal with, as they were extremely strong and resistant to magic. It usually took at least 5 specially trained dragon tamers to keep an enraged dragon under control without casualties. Ivan felt that if he wanted to do this in a short period of time, he would have to cast empowerment runes on Obscurus, Thunderbolt Explosion, and even the Killing Curse. However, doing so would not only reveal one's mastery of the dark arts, but would also create very bloody images that would lead to unnecessary misunderstandings of oneself. It would be even worse if the dragon went on a rampage and destroyed the egg. Therefore, Ivan felt that it would be better to find a suitable dragon to act in a wonderful, exciting battle. Everyone would be saved the trouble and perhaps even perform an extremely exaggerated visual effect, causing an uproar. It just so happened that he had heard from Charlie yesterday that Norbert had been chosen by the Romanian trick squad and had presumably been trained in this field, so he should be easy to communicate with.
Let's take a break, Harry, Hermione. Let's eat, get some rest, and get on with it.
Yvonne checked the time. It was lunchtime and they had been practicing for almost 4 hours. No matter how important learning was, one had to strike a balance between work and rest.
Ivan Hals must die.
Which flashed from time to time, and the badges of a few people changed and changed into.
Support the warrior Harry Potter.
Harry also noticed this, and his tired spirit was lifted as he felt an inexplicable excitement. The dragon he was about to face didn't seem so scary anymore. In fact, he couldn't wait to master his magic and perform on the field to prove himself a worthy champion.
Hey Ivan, Harry, over here.
As they entered the Great Hall, A voice suddenly came from the other side of the Gryffindor table. Ivan turned around and saw that it was the brothers George and Fred. He stopped in his tracks and walked over.
The game is tomorrow. Are you ready? We've even bought a celebratory flag.
George put his arm around Ivan's shoulders and pulled him to the seat beside him. Fred, on the other hand, looked worriedly from Ivan to Harry.
It's all right, you'll see.
Harry, emboldened by the knowledge that he would soon be able to prove himself on the field, vowed. Harry's answer caught George and Fred by surprise, and they exchanged a glance, having already guessed what Harry was going to say.
By the way, George, Fred, I heard that you bet on the World Quidditch Cup and lost everything. Is that right?
Yvonne interrupted.
Who says we lost? We got it right. Bet 100 galleons on Ireland, and Victor Crumb caught the golden snitch. But Mr. Bagman forcibly withheld all our money, and now he owes us 600 galleons.
Chapter 621, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Ludo Bagman was the head of the Department of Sports and Sports at the Ministry of Magic, and the organizer and referee of the Triwizard Tournament. Barty Crouch, another of the organizers, was absent from the castle for long periods of time, and was left in the other's capable hands. This includes how the champions choose their dragons. If Ludo Bagman was willing to help him cheat, it would be a piece of cake for him to pick Norbert. Especially now that he was in debt, Ivan felt confident that he could convince the head of sports. With that in mind, Ivan wasted no time. After a quick lunch, he used the Marauder's map to locate Ludo Bagman, effectively cornering him in a secluded corner.
You want to choose a specific dragon for the first match? Of course, no problem at all.
Ludo Bagman agreed without hesitation after hearing Ivan's request.
I can give you other help if you need it.
Ludo Bagman looked around cautiously and was relieved to see no one around.
Mr. Bagman, I always thought you were a fair referee.
Ivan looked at the head of the sports department with an odd expression. He almost wondered if this was a deliberate setup by the other side.
Well, yes, it usually is.
Ludo Bagman looked embarrassed.
But I've had a bit of trouble lately.
Little trouble. I heard from George and Fred that you made a bet on the World Quidditch Tournament, and when the bet fell through, you confiscated their principal and haven't paid it back.
Yvonne asked Ludo Bagman playfully. Ludo Bagman cleared his throat and said defensively.
That's a misunderstanding, Howls.
Ivan didn't believe a word of it. He didn't want to accept any help from Bagman without first confirming why he was being so solicitous. Under Ivan's repeated questioning, Ludo Bagman was forced to divulge a little information. Ivan learned that Ludo Bagman had made a bet to make a killing on the occasion of the World Quidditch Cup. However, there was a sudden upset, and the Irish team defeated Bulgaria by a narrow margin of points, resulting in extremely high odds and a few bets on the poor head of sports. Ludo Bagman immediately decided to take another gamble in order to close this hole in a short period of time. He went around borrowing money, mortgaging houses, and placing all of it on the Triwizard Tournament bet. The bet was that Ivan would win the Goblet of Fire and win all 3 matches. Only then would the odds be high enough for him to pay off all his debts.
I didn't know you were like that.
Ludo Bagman looked at Ivan with a strange expression on his face. I didn't know you were like that. Ivan was equally speechless after learning the truth. The head of the Ministry of Magic was actually a gambling addict with no bottom line. He gambled away the money he owed and tried to make up for it with another gamble.
I must say you have a good eye, Mr. Bagman. Congratulations on your bet.
Bagman said with a smile. He had read all about Ivan before he made his decision. Bagman then offered his hand again and said,
May we work well together then. Pleasure working with you.
Ivan smiled and reached out to shake Bagman's hand.
Ron!
Ivan confirmed the figure's identity, but then wondered why Ron was still sitting there.
You'll wait for us here.
Ivan continued, frowning. Harry almost laughed, unable to understand why Ivan would make such a wild guess. Of course, it was not entirely impossible. After all, the competition was tomorrow. The other party might be here to mock them.
Are you ready for tomorrow's game?
Ron suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Harry stopped in his tracks and looked at Ron in surprise. Ron's face immediately turned red as he realized that his words were meant to be a sign of defeat, and he immediately added in an odd tone.
I'll be waiting to see how you beat a dragon tomorrow. Then you'll see.
Chapter 622, The First Match. The next morning, the castle was filled with excitement and tension. As a result, everyone seemed to be absent-minded during class. They kept looking out of the window or chatting in private. No matter how much the professors scolded them, it was to no avail. At noon, Dumbledore officially announced the cancellation of all afternoon classes in the Great Hall and invited all interested students to the forest's paddock to watch the champions' first match.
This is wonderful.
As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the Great Hall erupted in cheers. After lunch, many students did not even have the time to pack their things before they ran towards the paddock. There were only so many good seats to watch the match from a close distance. If they were late, they would be robbed by others.
All right, this is it. Get inside. All the other champions are here and Mr. Bagman is in there with them. He'll tell you how it went.
McGonagall was standing in front of a tent, pointing to the entrance. She spoke to the two men, then hesitated before reminding them.
Remember, don't panic no matter what you see during the competition. Only by facing it calmly will you have a chance of winning.
Yvonne nodded and went through the entrance with Harry. The inside of the tent was so large that it resembled a small living room. Fleur de Lacre, the warrior of Beauxbatons, was sitting on a low wooden bench, her face pale and her forehead beaded with cold sweat. She was clutching her wand in her right hand and clutching the corners of her wizarding robes in her other hand. Victor Krum wasn't faring any better. His brows were drawn together and he looked even grimmer than usual.
Ivan Potter, you're just in time.
Bagman greeted them as soon as they entered. He was very friendly and even winked at Ivan. Ivan understood immediately. Bagman had done what he had asked him to do yesterday. As expected, after a few words of caution, Bagman took a large purple silk bag from the table and spoke to them.
What you need to do in the first match is to capture a golden egg under the protection of a dragon. There are now 4 types of dragons on the training ground, and I've placed their models in this bag. You need to personally choose your opponents.
Krum's and Fleur's faces did not change. It was clear that they had known about the dragon for some time, but it was clear from their pursed lips and bloodless faces that they were far from calm. Harry was no exception, and his hand trembled as he gripped his wand. He had come prepared, but he was still terrified of facing a dragon.
Ladies first, it's your choice, Madame de Lacre.
Bagman's smile was a sharp contrast to the nervous expressions on Harry and the others' faces as he reached out to open the sack and held it out to Fleur. Fleur took a deep breath and looked into the opening of the sack. It was dark inside, as if some sort of light had been applied to it. This discovery put an end to Fleur's desire to choose, and she reached into the sack with her trembling left hand. After a few seconds of searching, she pulled out a palm-sized, lifelike dragon model. It was a silver-blue Swedish short snout with a sign around its neck that read,
Number 1.
Fleur's face fell, indicating that she would have to be the first on the field, unable to gauge the strength of the dragons from the performance of the other contestants. Bagman then handed the bag to Krum with a smile, and Krum produced a scarlet Chinese fireball with the number 3 on it. Harry was unlucky enough to be chosen by the Hungarian Horntail, the most violent of the 4 dragons, as he was the second. Finally, Ivan pulled out the only sculpture in the bag, the Norwegian Ridgeback Norbert.
You're out of luck, Mr. Harles. This dragon is the smartest and toughest of the lot, and it's not easy to get a dragon egg from under it.
Bagman exclaimed. Fleur and Krum looked at Ivan with sympathy, but secretly gloated over his misfortune. The more difficult the competition, the better. Harry gave Ivan a worried look. Ivan's expression was calm, unlike the other champions, and he was quick to reply.
The joy of life is the challenge, Mr. Bagman, isn't it? To tell you the truth, I'm very grateful to have chosen the most difficult dragon. Good, that's what a champion should be. I look forward to seeing you.
Bagman applauded, boasting loudly. Upon hearing this, Harry, Fleur, and Krum felt ashamed of themselves. for their cowardice and occasional petty thoughts were not worthy of being called champions compared to Ivan's open-mindedness. After Bagman's customary round of boasting to boost Ivan's popularity, he checked the time and got down to business. Now you have a little time to compose yourselves, and when the game officially starts, you'll play in the ordered order, understood? Chapter 623, Dueling Fire Dragons. The contrast of the dragon and the woman's exaggerated size worried the young witches and wizards in the audience, and several of the more timid witches screamed and closed their eyes when they saw Fleur approaching the dragon. However, Fleur, who had come prepared, naturally chose not to fight head-on but to circle the dragon. The Swedish short snout had a good temper and showed no intention of attacking. It merely roared threateningly and stayed close to the nest. Due to the distance between them and the audience, Ivan could not see the dragon very well. He could only make out Fleur mumbling something under her breath as she continued to circle the dragon. Ivan guessed this was some sort of special hypnotic magic. However, the dragon's magic resistance was outstanding, and Fleur kept it up for half an hour before the short snout finally succumbed to its drowsiness and fell to the ground. Fleur breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously moved forward. As she passed the dragon, the audience's hearts leapt into their throats, fearing that it would suddenly wake up. Fleur was also frightened and did not dare to take too wide a step. She kept her eyes on her feet to avoid stepping on stones and waking the sleeping dragon. Fleur had to walk for over a minute to get there. The moment she bent down and grabbed the egg, Fleur's nerves relaxed, and she knew she had done it. However, before Fleur could rejoice, she was pulled back to reality by the cries of the spectators. The sudden increase in size of the shadow on the ground quickly blocked out the sunlight, and Fleur's heart leapt with alarm. Without turning around, she knew that the Swedish short snout behind her was awake. In a split second, under the pressure of death, Fleur made the right choice. Without looking back, she leapt forward and narrowly avoided the descending claw, the debris hitting her and opening wounds. The deafening dragon's roar deafened her and made her dizzy. She could only force herself to get up. As a mother dragon that hatched eggs when she saw her child being taken away, her violent anger immediately transformed into a scorching dragon breath that shot straight at Fleur, who had yet to recover. Fortunately, the dragon tamers who were standing guard rushed forward and cast a dozen protective spells to ward off the short snout's fury. A large number of scarlet beams then blasted into the dragon's face, quickly stunning it again. Fleur suffered only minor injuries, but she was traumatized by facing death twice in a row and left trembling uncontrollably. Harry and Crumb watched the match from inside the tent through the curtain, horrified at the sight of the dragon, which was more dangerous than they had expected. Ivan silently assessed the combat power of this top-notch magical creature. Its huge size, fiery dragon breath, and superb magic resistance.
Go on, don't be nervous, just do your best.
Chapter 624, Let's Invite the Last Warrior. Crumb left the tent in a state of confusion, his mind engaged in a battle between celestial beings, and he wondered if he should follow through with the Idaz's charm. After all, Harry had just used this method. Also, he did not have his firebolt with him, so he could not compete with the dragons with his broomstick, as Harry did. When the two were compared, he would only get the lowest score. This was something Crumb could never accept. Thus, on the way to the arena, Crumb searched his mind for the dark arts he had mastered, and finally decided to try something else against the dragon. Having made his decision, Crumb stepped into the enclosure, wand in hand. The Chinese fireball dragon stood in the middle of the enclosure, guarding the dragon egg. This caused Crumb to breathe a sigh of relief, and he raised his wand high in the air, murmuring an unintelligible incantation. The fireball dragon also felt threatened, but due to the need to protect the dragon egg, it hesitated and did not go forward. Instead, it roared angrily, trying to drive the annoying wizard away. The two sides were in a stalemate for about 10 seconds before Crumb finished his cryptic incantation. A large amount of black mist surged out and condensed into a large reunion ball that shot out of his wand and crashed into the fireball dragon. With a violent explosion, the fireball dragon roared in pain, and the black mist quickly corroded its scales like the strongest acid.
Fluorescence, Bulgarian.
Crumb, who was nearly killed by the attack, clutched his chest, and shouted in a hoarse voice. Blinding light blinded the Chinese fireball dragon for a moment. Crumb forced himself to his feet, and the first thing he did was run towards the nest, shouting in poor English.
The game continues.
The dragon tamers hesitated, unsure whether to comply or not. In their opinion, the situation was out of control. The momentary blindness caused by the illumination spell only lasted for a second or so before the fireball dragon regained its sight and rampaged through the arena even more violently. Crumb anxiously tried to think of a solution. He needed a broom, or he would die trying to get his hands on the dragon egg. However, he did not bring his firebolt with him.
Firebolt!
Crumb shouted, waving his wand in the last of his hope. 1 second, 2 seconds.
Disgraceful behavior, Durmstrang's Crumb, copying Mr. Potter's method of dealing with dragons.
Bagman, the commentator, did not give Crumb any face, his sharp words echoing through the paddock through a loudspeaker. A large number of young wizards agreed with Bagman and accused Crumb of being shameless, but Crumb's loyal fans defended him.
All right, let's have the last of the champions.
The crowd turned to look at the entrance to the paddock, where a small blonde wizard in Gryffindor robes was entering. Unlike the other champions, he did not have a nervous, worried look on his face, only a calm, collected air. The moment Ivan stepped into the enclosure, the audience erupted in cheers. Numerous young wizards shouted his name, waving flags that read Hero of Gryffindor or Star of Hogwarts in gold letters. Ivan looked around politely and nodded at the crowd. He also noticed that his friends were cheering him on and Luna waved at him. Back on the stage, Bagman was still talking. He pointed to the center of the enclosure and solemnly introduced Ivan's opponents.
The fourth champion is up against a Norwegian Ridgeback. I can tell you in no uncertain terms that this is the wisest and most threatening of the 4 dragons. Let's look forward to the performance of Hales.
Chapter 625, Violation This Dragon Violates. As Bagman spoke, Norbert, who had just arrived, stretched his wings in response. His long, vicious-looking back was covered in sharp spikes that looked like sharp blades in the sunlight. Perhaps disturbed by being surrounded by so many wizards, the Norwegian Ridgeback opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out an intimidating roar. With a casual flick of its massive tail, it smashed a nearby boulder. Norbert's demonstrative actions and display of aggression caused the young wizards watching to break out in cold sweat for Ivan. The thrilling escape of the 3 brave warriors from the dragon's mouth was still fresh in everyone's mind, and everyone was curious as to how Ivan would get his hands on the golden egg. To their surprise, Ivan did not make any preparations. He simply strode towards the dragon's lair as if he were there to receive his prize rather than face a dragon. Even bystanders like them could feel his irreverent attitude, let alone Norbert. Infuriated, the dragon went berserk, its yellow-orange eyes glaring at Ivan. As the distance between the man and the dragon closed, the blonde wizard seemed to become more serious. He raised his wand slightly.
A pugno, 10,000 bullets fired.
The debris on the ground seemed to have been guided as they floated up and transformed into sharp stone spears.
Our last champion has finally made his move. Is he preparing to confront the dragon head-on? It can't be. I think Crumb has shown us the full extent of the consequences. No wizard can stand alone against a full-grown dragon, no one.
Bagman, the commentator, screamed at the top of his lungs, raising the students' nerves. Karkaroff was the only one who wasn't happy with Bagman's speech and immediately tried to defend Crumb, but the others simply ignored him, their eyes fixed on the middle of the hunting ground. However, they soon realized that it would not be easy to deal with a dragon. Norbert's massive tail swept across the area, reducing a large number of stone spears to dust. However, there were simply too many of them, and even the thick dragon scales were unable to completely block out the damage. It was as if they had suffered a heavy blow, and they were forced back several steps. Their huge bodies writhed wildly as they let out cries of pain. Then, perhaps because he was too eager to protect the dragon egg, Norbert did something that no one expected. He grabbed the golden egg with his forelimbs and flapped his wings to fly away. The students around the enclosure were stunned, and the dragon tamers were stunned. This was the only dragon they had ever seen that ran away with an egg.
Breaking the rules! This dragon is breaking the rules!
Bagman shouted from the stage, his eyes wide with fear. He was not told exactly what Ivan would do on the field, and he did not expect Ivan to attack the dragon directly. With that thought in mind, Bagman regretted placing all of his bets on Ivan, as the boy was simply too bold. He had thought that Ivan had deliberately chosen Norbert because he had discovered his weakness and thought he had some trick up his sleeve to get past him. He did not expect that this kid's plan was to fight him head-on. However, Bagman soon discovered that the Norwegian Ridgeback was extremely vengeful and had no intention of escaping. After circling the sky once, it made a swift dive, releasing a fiery dragon's breath from its wide-open mouth, and a sea of flames rolled over them.
Get out of the way.
Hermione yelled from the Gryffindor stand, her hands gripping the railing. Ivan, however, had no intention of dodging the attack. A small, white-hot flame slowly ignited from the tip of his wand, and as Ivan pointed it out, it began to move faster and faster, growing larger and larger until it was a full 3 meters wide. A loud roar filled the stadium, and the young wizards screamed as they covered their ears, but kept their eyes on the paddock, not daring to look away for fear of missing something spectacular. Thick, dark smoke rose into the air, and debris rained down from the sky. The blast knocked the nearby Norwegian Ridgeback several feet away. Ivan, on the other hand, lavishly used the aura of magic to deflect the falling debris. He then raised his hand and sent a purple beam of light crashing into Norbert, who was losing his balance. Although it did not manage to break through the dragon's scales, the Norwegian Ridgeback seemed to have been affected. Its body swayed as it crashed into a stone pillar and fell to the ground. Karkaroff and the others on the judges' podium were confused, unable to understand what was happening. However, compared to the extremely powerful exploding charm, they subconsciously believed that it must be a very powerful spell. Crouch turned to the knowledgeable headmasters and asked curiously,
Can any of you see what spell Hales was using?
Dumbledore's face twitched, but he put on a grave expression and said slowly,
This must be some sort of specialized mental charm to have such an effect.
Karkaroff and Maxim nodded quickly, indicating that they had read about such magic in obscure books. The audience did not know what was going on, but they saw Ivan cast a spell to knock the dragon out of the sky. However, the battle did not end with the dragon's fall. The ferocious Norwegian Ridgeback soon recovered from its mental influence. Chapter 626, What Are You Doing, Norbert? Ivan's plan was for the previous aerial battle to last longer and be more exciting, rather than for Norbert to fall out of the sky and crash to the ground with a wave of his wand. Because it was too fake. While Ivan was thinking about this, Norbert was trying very hard to remember what to do next. Although Ivan's explosive magic did not directly harm it, the aftermath of the explosion still stunned it. The two parties stood there for a full minute, and the speechless Ivan could only lower his voice and remind them.
Tails!
With Ivan's repeated warnings, Norbert finally made his move. He extended his body and let out a furious roar. His long tail whipped rapidly towards his opponent, leaving afterimages in the air. The ear-piercing sonic boom was audible even to the spectators. The sudden outbreak of battle tugged at everyone's heartstrings again. Everyone's eyes widened, and their emotions were extremely tense. All of them leaned against the railing, curious as to how Ivan would react to an almost unavoidable attack. Ivan vanished as the dragon's tail swept past him like a whip, reappearing several feet away. Although Apparition was a very risky spell to cast in battle, it was still 100% successful if one knew the opponent's movements in advance.
The boulder is coming!
Ivan's return fire was equally swift. He waved his wand and a 2-meter-tall boulder flew past him, sending the giant Norwegian Ridge dragon staggering.
What a wonderful apparition. Oh, and the flight charm. Hales's use of the charm was always beyond our expectations. He has successfully suppressed the dragon, and I believe the battle will be decided soon.
Bagman, acting as the docent, conveyed Ivan's performance in words to ensure that a few spots were not well placed, and that the young wizards who were blocked could understand what was going on in the paddock.
I must warn you, however, that it is highly irrational to engage in combat with a dragon in a small, rocky area, and that I would never recommend any wizard imitating it. I repeat, I would never recommend any wizard imitating it.
Bagman's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he tried to calm himself with a drink of water, but the situation in the paddock became dangerous again. The Norwegian Ridgeback, which had been suppressed by the spell all this time, completely erupted. A hot dragon breath erupted from its wide-open mouth, and because it was so close, it instantly engulfed Ivan.
Oh no, our champion has thoroughly angered the dragon. It's a dragon's breath, get out of the way.
Bagman shouted, but it was too late. The young wizards present screamed as they watched Ivan being engulfed in the flames. The sharp-eyed Bagman soon noticed a figure standing out in the heat created by the dragon's breath.
Hold on.
Hearing this, the young witches and wizards present also looked over. As Bagman had said, Ivan remained upright in the middle of the inferno. He raised his wand high in his right hand and shot a beam of light forward, creating a solid shield in the air less than 2 meters in front of him. The scorching dragon breath was separated in the middle, and the two seemed to be in an intense competition, constantly wearing each other down. Ivan forced himself to hold on for a while. When he felt that he had transferred enough emotions, he waved his wand again and began the final performance. The boulders that had been thrown at Norbert by the incoming curse suddenly melted at an extraordinary speed, transforming into several huge chains that wrapped around Norbert's body. Roar! The powerful Norwegian Ridgeback let out a cry of pain and struggled to get up. The dragon's breath deviated and hit the grass, causing a small fire. As the crowd watched, the chain tightened, and Norbert began thrashing around in the pile of rocks, trying to roll on the ground.
What are you doing, Norbert?
Ivan was frustrated. He knew that Norbert must be having a lot of fun. The giant chains he had conjured up were just for show. It was not easy to chain a dragon, and it would be bad if he accidentally broke free. So Ivan shouted a warning.
Fly, Norbert, fly to me.
Now that he had been given the order, Norbert was no longer mad. He spread his wings and charged towards Ivan. Ivan easily dodged it, then took the opportunity to grab one of the chains and jump onto the dragon's back.
My God, this is unbelievable. Did you see that? Our champion is riding a dragon.
Bagman cried hoarsely. Everyone looked up and saw that the Norwegian Ridgeback was still tied up with huge chains. It struggled to circle the paddock several times, and its dragon breath dyed the entire sky red. Waves of heat swept through the area, and every time Norbert passed by, the young wizards below were so frightened that they screamed and sat on the ground with their heads in their hands, afraid that the flames would burn them. The others kept their eyes on the blonde wizard on the dragon's back. No matter how Norbert tried to perform stunts, Ivan held fast to the end of the chain. After 3 rounds, the powerful Norwegian Ridgeback became weaker and weaker, and was finally forced out of the sky. With his broad dragon wings extended to their fullest extent, Norbert flew like an oversized glider and landed in a relatively respectable position next to the dragon's nest in the middle of the paddock. Its huge body seemed to be tightly bound by 5 chains, and it could not move at all. The dragon claw that was holding the golden egg finally loosened.
Bravo, hails our hero. You are a true champion, I love you. Hails the dragoon.
Chapter 627, The Joy of Life is in the Challenge. Ivan looked around, listening to the cheers and shouts of the crowd, and his lips curled into a smile. He raised his golden cup high and gestured to the crowd, then patted the dust off his robe and strode towards the exit.
That was a hell of a fight, Ivan.
Harry exclaimed as he came up to him, his right fist hammering Ivan's shoulder. The intensity of the battle was far beyond his imagination. Just looking at it from afar made Harry's blood boil.
Oh,
Ivan said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Fleur looked at Ivan with interest, her bright eyes shining. The only one who had a dark expression on his face was Crumb. When Ivan got the golden egg, he knew that he was definitely going to be last. After exchanging a few words with Harry, Ivan was exhausted. Fighting a dragon for almost half an hour was tiring, even if it was just acting. However, before he could sit down and rest, there was a flurry of footsteps outside the tent, and a few seconds later the tent flap was pulled open, and Ivan turned to see Hermione.
Ivan,
The young witch looked around and spotted Ivan. She hurried over and bumped into him. Ivan was knocked back a few steps, and his hands instinctively wrapped around Hermione, who had fallen into his arms. Wrapping her arms around his thin waist, they held each other so tightly that Ivan could feel Hermione's heart race and her body tremble. However, this intimacy did not last long, as Hermione soon realized that she and Ivan were not alone in the lounge. Although she was reluctant to part with him, she was not thick-skinned enough to ignore his gaze, so after hugging him for half a minute, she gently broke away and looked around. Sure enough, Harry and Fleur were both looking at her with amused, knowing smiles on their faces. Crumb, on the other hand, had a sour expression on his face, which she presumed was due to his injuries. Their stares made Hermione feel ill at ease, and for a moment she did not know where to look with her brown eyes. In the end, she could only stare at Ivan and take it out on him, so as not to be too embarrassed.
What a risk you took. Yvonne, you should have dodged the Norwegian ridgeback when it breathed fire. What if your magic hadn't held and you'd been burned? And you shouldn't have risked riding the dragon when it charged.
At first, Hermione tried to ease the awkward atmosphere, but the more she spoke, the more angry she became, and the more frightened she became. Ivan noticed this, of course, and felt sorry for him. He did not mention his fight with Norbert to anyone just to be on the safe side. Thinking about it now, it was indeed a lack of consideration that would make those who cared about them worry for nothing. However, since the game was over, Ivan could not explain, so he pretended to be relaxed and spoke.
All right, Hermione.
The little witch looked Ivan up and down suspiciously for a while. As Ivan had said, there was not a scratch on his robe, let alone a trace of blood. It was clear that Yvonne had fought with ease and had not been in any real danger, or she would not have been able to keep her clothes tidy. Seeing this, Hermione stopped complaining and recalled Ivan's calm demeanor when he faced the dragon in the paddock. She blushed and stared at Ivan with her brown eyes. After a while, she whispered,
yes, I saw it. It was amazing.
Chapter 628, You're going to be written in the history. Ivan could guess what Ron was thinking, but he ignored him. He had a lot on his plate and couldn't spare much time trying to talk sense into Ron. However, since Ron was willing to come, it at least meant that he had come to his senses, although it was unknown why he did not apologize and make up with Harry as he had done in the original timeline. Looking away from Ron, Ivan glanced around and spotted Luna in the crowd. The little witch was leaning against the entrance of the tent, holding a wooden sign. Like Ron, she had no intention of coming over. Their eyes soon met, and Luna gave a quick wink and displayed the wooden sign in her hand. Ivan instantly saw that it was the wooden tablet that Luna had made for herself during the Quidditch match last year. However, in addition to the slogans cheering him on, his well-known titles were written all around in ink of various colors. Gryffindor's champion, Hogwarts star, troll killer, and
Gryffindor pitching machine.
written in purple ink on the corner of the wooden sign, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Luna had no intention of staying in the tent for long. After showing Ivan her modified wooden sign, she carried it away.
What are you looking at, Yvonne?
Hermione asked, noticing that Yvonne was staring in the same direction for a long time. Hermione looked curiously in the same direction, but saw no one there.
No, nothing.
Ivan hesitated, then shook his head. Hermione gave Ivan a dubious look, but before she could ask any more questions, Harry, Moody, and Professor McGonagall approached her.
Well done, lad. You're the first underage wizard to ever defeat a dragon, and that alone will go down in history.
Moody said with a smile as he trotted over to Ivan on wooden legs. McGonagall was amazed at how much Ivan had changed in the summer. She felt confident that she could subdue a dragon with the help of the transfiguration charm, but it would never be as easy as Ivan made it seem. This undoubtedly proved that Ivan had surpassed him in the art of transfiguration. Ivan was very calm in the face of Moody's praise. He had known that he would be recorded in history when he first made the Wolfsbane potion, and now he was just adding to it. As the tent became more and more crowded, a piercing whistle sounded again, followed by Bagman's booming voice.
Now let's reveal the final score for each champion. Go on, Harles Potter, they should be giving you marks.
Professor McGonagall urged. Yvonne nodded, and she and Harry left the lounge to return to the paddock, Hermione following, not wanting to miss such an important moment. Fleur and Crumb, who had left earlier, arrived early and were seated near the judges, looking tense and nervous. Ivan and the others found some empty seats and sat down. Bagman cleared his throat and turned his attention to Fleur.
We will now begin the judging.
He announced.
The highest score for each referee is 10 points. First, the champion of Beauxbatons, Fleur de Lacre. She used an ancient charm to hypnotize the dragon and obtain the egg. Time elapsed, 39 minutes and 23 seconds. Now, judges, please give a fair assessment.
With that, Bagman took the lead and held up a sign that read, 5 points. Crouch was also quick to give his score 6 points. Dumbledore waved his wand and shot a beam of light into the sky, revealing a large 7. Maxim hesitated for a long time before slowly raising his wand and spitting the word
9
into the air. Karkaroff did the same, generously giving Fleur 9 points. The young wizards in the audience were unhappy with the two's attempt to raise their points. With Ivan's spectacular match as a reference, Fleur's use of the charm to hypnotize the dragon to take the egg seemed too boring. 9 points was too high.
Warrior Fleur, 36 points for the first match.
Bagman shouted, turning to Harry to introduce the second champion. Harry, who passed the game unscathed with the help of the Flykinden and Idazi's charms, was second only to Ivan in the paddock, so he scored a further 43 points than Fleur. Crumb, on the other hand, received a total of only 32 points, due to the dragon's near-death experience at the start of the match and the fact that he was suspected of copying Harry's method of clearing the game.
And finally, our fourth champion, Ivan Howells.
Bagman announced, his voice thick with emotion. He looked at Ivan from a distance but did not seem eager for the judges to rate him.
We've all seen Harz's performance during the match. He is the only player to have successfully defeated the dragon. He is a worthy champion, let's cheer for him.
The atmosphere in the paddock became heated, and everyone's eyes fell on Ivan, who was standing at the edge of the paddock. Bagman waited for the cheers to die down a little, then raised his voice and continued.
I believe today's events will go down in history, and I would like to invite the judges to give their fair judgment. If you don't mind, I'll go first, and I'll personally give you 10 points for Harles's wonderful performance.
Chapter 629. Sometimes the truth is not so important. Traitor. Karkaroff silently cursed Maxim for not keeping his word. However, Karkaroff hesitated when it came to scoring. If he was the only one who gave a low score, the pressure would be too much.
Headmaster Karkaroff, we are all waiting for you to judge fairly.
Bagman said loudly, emphasizing the word.
Fair.
The young wizards in the audience, already unhappy with Karkaroff's indiscriminate scoring, quickly realized the meaning behind Bagman's words, and raised their wands high into the air, sending beams of light into the air where they exploded in brilliant 10 after another.
Very good. I hereby declare Hogwarts' champion, Ivan Howells, to complete the first task with a perfect score.
Bagman shouted excitedly. At Bagman's words, the crowd burst into the most enthusiastic applause, and every young Hogwarts wizard was honored. Ivan straightened the folds of his wizarding robes, stood up calmly, and nodded around. Hermione looked even happier than he did.
Bravo, Yvonne. I've done a lot of research, and there's never been a champion who got full marks. You're the first.
Hermione said proudly, her voice trembling with excitement, as if she herself had won the first match rather than Yvonne.
I'd be honored.
Ivan smiled. He had done his best for the occasion. However, he had to thank Bagman for putting pressure on Karkaroff and Maxim. After scoring the champions, Bagman solemnly announced the end of the first match, and the rest of the students returned to the castle in 2s and 3s, discussing the exciting match they had just witnessed. Ivan, Harry, and the other champions were left behind by Bagman to take note of the next match.
To cut a long story short, the second match will begin at 9:30 on the morning of 24 February next year, giving you plenty of time to prepare for the next match and solve a riddle. Do you see the golden eggs in your hands? If you look closely enough, you'll see that they can be opened and the hints are inside. That's all I can tell you.
Bagman stopped there, unwilling to divulge any more information, no matter how many times the champions questioned him. However, Bagman was able to give Ivan a discreet wink, which only served to confirm his suspicions. However, Bagman did not know that Ivan already knew the details of the second match, so there was no need to risk getting the information from him, the referee. So Ivan completely ignored Bagman's glare, grabbed the egg, and left the paddock with Harry, opening the system panel to check the day's haul. By the end of the battle, the progress of the previously activated mission,
The fanatic follower.
indiscriminate scoring, quickly realized the meaning behind Bagman's words and raised their wands high into the air, sending beams of light into the air, where they exploded in brilliant 10 after another.
Whose owl is this?
Harry suddenly pointed to the window, where an unfamiliar gray owl was resting, gently tapping its beak against the window, making a loud noise. Yvonne wondered if it was from Knockoff Alley. However, Harry was one step ahead of them and opened the window. He read the letter and became excited.
It's Sirius. He sent me a letter.
Harry tore the envelope open as quickly as he could, read the letter, and then turned to Ivan.
Sirius wrote that he was worried about me, and that I should write him a note about recent events.
Harry couldn't help but laugh at this as he exclaimed,
I bet Sirius doesn't know I've passed the race and come in second. Yeah, he'll never guess, so why don't you write and tell him?
Chapter 630, Perhaps this is the price of completing the mission. Early the next morning, the castle was still very lively, and all the young wizards were discussing the exciting game they had played the day before. This led to Ivan hearing people talking about his glorious deeds wherever he went. Also a champion, Harry's reputation at school took a 180-degree turn. No one fussed about his cheating in the competition anymore, and everyone put aside their prejudices against him. Even students from other houses greeted him when they saw him. After all, Harry's performance as a hero was completely worthy of his status as a champion. Harry's good mood did not last long, as Professor McGonagall solemnly announced the start of the Christmas ball that afternoon.
The ball is a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to bond and interact with foreign guests. All students in the 4th year and above are allowed to attend.
The ball is a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to bond and interact with foreign guests. All students in the 4th year and above are allowed to attend. As for the younger students, if anyone would like to take you on as a dance partner.
Why do champions have to go to that Christmas dance? I can't even dance.
Inviting a girl to a dance was an almost impossible task for the shy Harry. How awkward would it be if she was rejected on the spot? Just thinking about it made Harry's head spin.
I'd rather Professor McGonagall sent me to deal with another dragon for Christmas.
Harry said, troubled. Ivan gave Harry an odd look. Is this what they call a girl more fearsome than a dragon? However, the thought of the upcoming ball made Ivan hesitate, wondering who he should invite. At the same time, an image popped into Ivan's head, and he was about to turn around when Hermione's voice spoke first.
Harry, you're the champions of Hogwarts. What are you worried about? Even if you don't do anything, you'll be invited. All you have to do is decide who to dance with.
Hermione's tone sounded strange as she stepped into the hall, then pouted and pointed.
No, just look at them.
Harry peered dubiously into the Great Hall. Due to the Triwizard Cup, the decorations of the Great Hall had changed quite a bit. The flags of the 3 schools were flying high in the air, and 4 new hourglasses had been placed in conspicuous places. Krum, Durmstrang's champion, was standing nearby, surrounded by a group of older witches. Fleur sat at the Ravenclaw table with a resigned look on her face, perhaps because she was constantly being invited to balls by boys who had lost their minds. However, it seemed to Ivan that Fleur was enjoying herself. Every time someone approached her, she would exchange a few more words. She seemed to enjoy being sought after.
Do you want to invite her to the ball?
Hermione asked, catching Ivan staring at Fleur. Yvonne shook her head. Fleur, who was sitting at the Ravenclaw table, suddenly stood up and said something to the girls around her. She seemed to be the center of attention, attracting everyone's attention with every move she made. However, Fleur did not care much about the looks she was receiving. She walked straight up to Ivan and asked him with interest.
Hales, I don't suppose you found a partner yet. What do you say? Will you join me for this year's Christmas ball?
Fleur's bold words shocked everyone present, and some young wizards who were infatuated with her felt their hearts break. Ivan had not expected Fleur to invite him, as he had not had much contact with her in the past few days.
You're both champions. You should be inviting everyone else to the ball.
Hermione interrupted, looking annoyed and glaring at Fleur.
Really? I didn't see that rule.
Fleur said haughtily. Though she had sensed Hermione's closeness to Ivan in the tent in the withdrawing room yesterday, she had a chance since they were not yet partners, and Fleur was confident that no one could resist her charms. However, to her surprise, he rebuffed her outright.
I'm sorry, Fleur, but I already have someone in mind and I can't say yes.
Fleur's smile froze on her face and she stared at Ivan in astonishment. For the first time in her life, her ever-successful charm had failed her in front of a wizard.
I think it's time you left, Miss Fleur.
Hermione said sarcastically, although she was strangely pleased at Fleur's distress.
Really? What a pity.
Fleur glanced at Ivan with regret, but she quickly composed herself and left without another word. As soon as Fleur left, George, Fred, and the others, who had been watching from the sidelines, came over and looked at Ivan as if he were a monster.
God, I can't believe you turned her down.
George exclaimed, patting Ivan on the shoulder.
We're not dreaming, are we?
Fred shouted dramatically.
It's no big deal. Not everyone has to like her.
Chapter 631, You guys are really making money. George smiled sheepishly, but did not disagree with Hermione. Fred asked curiously,
Ivan, who are you going to invite to the ball? That Luna of Ravenclaw, or?
Fred's eyes flicked to Hermione, but he knew he had said too much and did not continue. Hermione clutched the book to her chest and tried to pretend that she didn't care, but her brown eyes kept glancing at Ivan. She wondered who Ivan would choose as a partner, and if it would be her.
Hermione, would you like to be my date for this year's Christmas dance? Me?
Hermione's eyes widened. Although she had expected Ivan to say something like this, when the idea came true, she became flustered. It took her a while to calm down, and she couldn't help but ask.
Why, you're a champion and you've just defeated a dragon. Many girls will want to invite you, like Fleur, the champion of Beauxbatons or Parvati. I often hear her talking about you in the dormitory. She's also very beautiful in that.
Hermione's voice trailed off, and she looked at Ivan with less confidence. Ivan has been a household name at Hogwarts since his first year, when he easily killed a troll and caught the dark wizard Chino. Hermione often overheard people gossiping about Ivan in the Gryffindor Girls' Lounge. Yesterday's match pushed Ivan's popularity among the girls to its peak. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the vast majority of the young witches and witches at school were looking forward to being invited to school by Ivan, which they generally considered to be something to be proud of, or even something to be proud of.
Yes, they may be nice, but I wanted to ask you to be my dance partner. Can't I?
Yvonne interrupted, smiling. Hermione's heart skipped a beat and her head swam with joy. She was so close to saying yes. However, the teasing gazes of the people around her made her very embarrassed, and her expression changed drastically.
You have to let me think about it for a while.
Hermione said haltingly. Ivan scratched his head in frustration, wondering what the hell was there to think about. He was secretly relieved that Hermione did not outright refuse, as it was the first time he had ever invited a girl to a ball. George and Fred, seeing that there was nothing to see, turned to Harry with a lack of interest and asked,
What about you, Harry? Who are you going to ask as a partner?
Harry looked embarrassed.
Goodness, you haven't decided yet, have you?
George asked, looking at him in surprise.
I'd advise you to hurry up. Many people are planning to ask their partners to dance today. If you're too late, all the good girls will be picked.
Fred also nodded quickly, looking extremely concerned. Harry hesitated, his gaze shifting to the Ravenclaw table. In fact, he had already thought of the girl he would like to invite, Cho Chang of Ravenclaw, but he had not made up his mind to do so, fearing rejection.
George, Fred, why are you so concerned about whether or not we have a partner?
Yvonne suddenly asked.
How can you say that, Ivan? It's a matter of concern for a best friend.
George exclaimed angrily. However, before Ivan and Harry could move, Fred pulled the rug out from under him, indicating that they had recently launched a new fee-paying business. Ivan rolled his eyes. He knew it couldn't be that simple.
What kind of business?
Harry asked curiously.
Ahem.
Fred cleared his throat and pulled a flower basket from under the long table. George took out an accordion from somewhere and got into position. They looked at each other, then nodded solemnly.
Oh, beautiful girl.
Fred sang a newly composed English ditty in a voice that had almost run away, his right hand reaching into the flower basket to grab a handful of petals, which he threw high into the air. As the petals danced, George slowly played the accordion to accompany Fred's singing. However, as both of them were amateur players, the entire performance could only be considered a nuisance. However, the two of them continued to perform for a few minutes before reluctantly stopping.
Well, isn't it exciting? For a galleon, you can hire us to make sure you get the girl you want.
George said with a grin. Ivan looked at the brothers and didn't know what to say. If only they were better at singing, they would really be little money-making geniuses.
So did you find yourselves a partner, George, Fred? That's a good question. Wait a minute.
Fred immediately understood that this was the time to show off his skills and turned to yell at the girls.
Hey, Angelina, would you like to come to the dance with me?
Due to their performance, many girls were peeking in their direction, including Angelina. Angelina blushed when Fred called her name, then asked teasingly.
I have to think about it. Do you know how to throw flowers, sing, play the accordion?
Of course, no problem, it's meant for you. I'll do it every day if you like.
Chapter 632, You Both Act Well.
That works.
Ivan was speechless as he watched Fred and Angelina snuggle up to each other and wondered if Fred was just pretending to advertise their new fee. Harry was moved by this. A galleon didn't seem too expensive.
Harry, Hermione, why don't you go back? I just remembered that I have something to do. I'll come back to the dormitory later.
Hermione watched Ivan leave, then turned to Harry thoughtfully and asked,
Is Ivan busy?
I don't know, but sometimes in the evening I can't find him.
Harry said, shaking his head.
Telekinesis.
On the 8th floor, in a quiet classroom, Ivan waved his wand again as thoughts rushed into Luna's head. The scene in memory is in the Ravenclaw lounge. Ivan watched in silence as several Ravenclaw girls played tricks on Luna, pulling out her painstakingly planted dirigible and throwing it into the ground, or hiding a piece of clothing she fancied.
Do they always treat you like this?
Not often. At least they've stopped teasing me this year.
Luna shook her head, then looked at Ivan and said lightly.
I think they'll come around after a while.
Yvonne sighed, not knowing what to make of Luna's naivety, but going along with it.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
He decided to have a good talk with Luna's roommates sometime so that they could reflect on themselves. Having made her decision and seeing that it was getting late, Ivan gave up on the idea of continuing with his magic practice and left the empty classroom with Luna. Along the way, Ivan opened the system to check on the progress of his magic practice. With Luna's help, his legilimency had reached level 5. As a result, his proficiency with the spell had been growing more and more slowly over the last few days when he used it on Luna. With this in mind, Ivan suggested that Luna try to fight him in the next practice. It is difficult to gain proficiency in legilimency if one is too submissive.
These are my notes on occlumency. You can take a look at them when you have time.
Yvonne took a thick book out of the extended spell and handed it to Luna. Luna reached for it and was about to say something when Ivan suddenly turned and looked down the corridor.
What's wrong?
Luna asked curiously, turning her gaze in the same direction but seeing nothing.
I think someone was following us.
Ivan said uncertainly. Could it be Crouch? This possibility suddenly occurred to Ivan. The most likely person to be following him was a spy sent by Lord Voldemort.
Do you know who?
Luna's disembodied voice echoed down the corridor again.
No, we don't know yet. In any case, let's meet somewhere else in the future.
Ivan said cautiously, although it seemed to him that Voldemort's spy would not reveal his identity until he had achieved his goal. Luna nodded in agreement.
And thank you for the past few days.
Yvonne said sheepishly, turning to Luna.
I'm glad we can help. We're friends, aren't we?
Luna said wistfully.
Well, yeah.
Ivan laughed. After saying goodbye to Luna, Ivan walked alone down the aisle of the castle and checked the Marauder's map solemnly. Crouch was in the staff office and Moody was in the Great Hall. Judging from the time, they were not the ones following him. There is, of course, the possibility that Crouch managed to slip back into his office in a matter of seconds via a special secret passage. Ivan scanned the rest of the castle for suspicious names but decided against it. He put the Marauder's map away and put the matter out of his mind. He would have to make time to visit Norbert today.
Ivan, what brings you here? To see Norbert?
Charlie asked with a smile.
Well, that's one way to put it.
Ivan replied casually and then asked solemnly.
By the way, Charlie, when do you plan to transport the dragons back? After a while, they're not easy to deal with, and it's always a hassle to carry them on a long flight, and we nearly got caught by muggles on this trip. So we're going to ask the ministry for an international portkey to get them straight to Romania.
As Charlie talked, he complained to Ivan that the cross-border transportation required layers of approval, and that it would take over a month to transport the dragons. Ivan nodded, secretly relieved. One of the prerequisites for blood fusion was that it had to be fresh, no more than 3 days out of body. This was why he was in such a hurry to find Charlie to find out when they were leaving. Now it seemed he would have more time than he thought.
Charlie, please let me know when you're leaving. I'd like to say goodbye to Norbert for the last time.
Ivan begged Charlie.
No problem, don't worry.
Charlie agreed without hesitation, since it was not against the rules.
Come on, I'll show you Norbert.
Charlie grabbed Ivan's arm and pulled him to one side of the paddock, talking about Ivan's spectacular performance the day before.
You know, I used to dream of fighting a dragon head-on, and this year's Triwizard Cup, you did exactly what I wanted to do the most.
Charlie gestured excitedly with his hands. Then, as if remembering something, Charlie lowered his voice and said tentatively.
Of course, I think Norbert played a good role too. You both did a great job.
You do.
Yvonne asked, raising her eyebrows in surprise.
I'm a professional when it comes to dragons.
Charlie said with a shrug and a smile.
After that match, I examined Norbert's injuries and saw that he'd only suffered superficial injuries, which you can't knock out a dragon with. But don't worry, I've covered for you, and I'm the only one who knows about your relationship with Norbert. No one else will suspect a thing.
Chapter 633. Are you really not considering keeping a dragon with me?
Thanks, Charlie.
Yvonne said gratefully. He had been so intent on making the battle more exciting and trying not to hurt Norbert that he had neglected the fact that some professionals could tell from Norbert's injuries if they were acting.
Oh.
Charlie laughed, then continued with emotion.
Harry did well too with the firebolt and the eye charm. I can see you've planned this well. I was worried George and Ron wouldn't be able to tell you the details of the first match in time.
Yvonne looked at Charlie in surprise.
Why, didn't you hear from them?
Charlie was surprised.
No, Harry and I were following Hagrid that day, so we saw the dragons.
Ivan explained.
Well, I guess I was just being paranoid.
Charlie said with a wry smile, then proceeded to explain the situation to Ivan. He saw Hagrid bringing Maxim to the paddock to see the dragons, and worried that it would be unfair to the Hogwarts champions. So he secretly told George, Ron, and the others, hoping that they would pass the message on, so that Ivan and Harry would not be taken unawares and lose the match. No wonder.
Well, enough of that.
Charlie said, pointing ahead.
I'm glad you made it through the first level. Let's go check on Norbert, he's just up ahead.
Ivan looked in the direction Charlie was pointing, and although he was still some distance away, he was able to make out Norbert's bulk. It had to be said that dragons were truly intimidating creatures. Adult dragons tended to be over 15 meters long, with some females reaching up to 20 meters in length. Their sharp fangs and vicious barbs on their backs were even more intimidating. However, Norbert had completely destroyed this majestic image. It was now trying to compete with a tall pine tree, ramming its forelimbs and body against the tree as if trying to knock it down. The surrounding wooden fence was in a mess, and it was obvious that it had been harmed by Norbert. Charlie's head hurt when he saw this. Norbert was far more active than the other dragons, and it was impossible to find an intact object nearby if it was left alone for a few hours. Yvonne was speechless. She looked at Norbert as if he were a large husky, and it took her a while to calm him down. She told him to stop harming the bars and stay where he was. Ivan then summoned Dobby and served him a barbecue that he had prepared beforehand. Norbert had been a great help, so it was only natural to reward him. Ivan fed them himself, sprinkling spices on the roasted rabbit and leg of beef before popping them into Norbert's mouth. Ivan was extremely patient in order to get closer to Norbert so that he could obtain dragon blood later.
Ivan, it looks like you really have the talent to be a dragon tamer. Are you sure you don't want to consider coming to Romania after you graduate?
Charlie couldn't help but ask when he saw the two of them getting along so well. Ivan shook his head and threw the last piece of roast beef into Norbert's mouth.
Give me a break, I've been sick of looking after little Norbert.
He complained. Best not to say that. Norbert doesn't like people calling him names to his face.
Hey Norbert, don't be like that, I was just joking. I actually like keeping dragons the most.
Ivan quickly changed his words and patted Norbert's head comfortingly. He also said a lot of good things about Norbert and promised to visit him more often in the future. Charlie watched in amusement, then told Ivan about Norbert's time in Romania.
When you and Hagrid sent Norbert here a few years ago, we thought he was a lad. But when we examined him, we found out that he was actually a female dragon.
Thanks, Charlie, Yvonne said gratefully. He had been so intent on making the battle more exciting and trying not to hurt Norbert that he had neglected the fact that some professionals could tell from Norbert's injuries if they were acting.
Norberta, why have you never been called that?
Yvonne asked curiously.
Because it prefers to be called Norbert, and every time we change names, Norbert is less willing to acknowledge us.
Charlie was frustrated that they had tried so many different ways to get Norbert to acknowledge their new names.
I don't know how you managed to impress Norbert with that name after only a month together, and he was able to recognize you and Hagrid very quickly after 4 years.
Charlie commented with interest. He had owned dragons for several years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation.
Perhaps Norbert was born smarter than the average dragon.
Ivan said casually, thinking of a possibility. Norbert was able to remember the events of the first month of his life clearly, most likely due to Professor McGonagall's violence and Dumbledore's anger.
That's true, Norbert was the wisest dragon I've ever seen.
Charlie didn't disagree with Ivan, thinking that Norbert's memory was better than his kind's because he was an anomaly among dragons. They continued to chat about Romanian history, and when it was completely dark, Ivan excused himself, saying goodbye to Charlie and Norbert and returning to the castle alone. When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, Ivan opened the door to find Harry sitting on the bed with a blank look on his face.
What's the matter with you, Harry?
Ivan asked suspiciously. Harry looked up at Ivan for a long moment, then said in a defeated voice,
I went to invite Cho Chang.
And it didn't work.
Yvonne asked, seeing the look on Harry's face.
Worse than that, I got there too late, and Cho Chang had already accepted Cedric's invitation this afternoon,
said Harry in a muffled voice.
I had no idea, and paid a galleon for George and Fred.
Chapter 666. 666 You Don't Need Friends Like Me, 2 years ago. Chapter 634 You Don't Need Friends Like Me.
God, how could I do such a stupid thing?
Harry's body shook as he replayed the embarrassing scene in his mind. It would have been better if no one else had seen it, but some Ravenclaw girls happened to be passing in the corridor, and Harry felt that word would soon get out and he would be ashamed of himself. Ivan patted Harry on the shoulder in pity. and although Harry did not describe the scene explicitly, he could imagine what it must have been like. It must have been terribly awkward.
Have you thought about who you're going to invite next?
Ivan asked.
The ball is in a few days. I haven't decided yet.
Harry said in a muffled voice, thinking that if he ever had to go through something so embarrassing again, he would rush to the paddock and kill himself.
There's one person who would never turn you down, Harry, if no one else has asked her.
Yvonne said after a moment's thought.
Who is it?
Harry asked quickly, as if clutching at straws.
What do you think of Ginny?
Ivan asked with a smile.
Ginny.
Harry hesitated, his face turning red as he stammered.
But she's...
What's the big deal? Ron's Ron, Ginny's Ginny, and what's Ginny got to do with you and Ron fighting? I thought you and Ginny had a nice chat last time.
Yvonne was having trouble following Harry's train of thought.
You know I don't mean that,
said Harry helplessly. He was friends with George and the others and was treated kindly by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. The burrow was like a second home to him, and Ginny was like a sister to him, too close for comfort and awkward.
Take all the time you need.
Yvonne rolled her eyes, thinking Harry was being melodramatic. Ginny was pretty enough for a third-year girl, and she was his little fan. What was there to be awkward about? Ivan didn't want to bother with Harry's hesitation, so he tidied up the bed and prepared to go to bed.
By the way, Harry, Charlie told Ron about the dragon the day before the match.
Ivan's words interrupted Harry's train of thought, and he turned his head, at first confused as to what Ivan was talking about, but then remembering Ron's strange behavior that night. Harry hurried to find Ivan to confirm his suspicions, but Ivan had already closed his eyes and tucked himself in, though Harry was unsure if he was really asleep. Harry did not want to disturb Ivan, so he sat alone on the edge of the bed and waited for Ron to return. At 11 o'clock that night, just as Harry was about to fall asleep, the bedroom door was gently pulled open. Ron came in. He must not have expected Harry to be waiting for him in the room, for he stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. The atmosphere in the dormitory became very strange, and Harry tried to break it several times, but the words would not come out smoothly. Ron seemed to think that Harry would not talk to him, so he closed the door and went to his bed. As he was taking off his shoes, he heard a voice.
The other night.
Harry's words were forced out of his mouth, and he found them even more difficult to say than when he had invited Cho Chang to the ball. Ron stopped taking off his shoes, looked at Harry with an awkward expression, and finally replied in a low voice.
Hey.
Harry didn't quite hear, but he believed his own guess and went on angrily.
And you still think I dropped my name in that broken cup? I don't know.
Ron whispered, turning his head away from Harry's face.
Maybe someone wants you dead.
When he learned from Charlie that the first match was to be against a dragon, he came to his senses. Dumbledore was right. The Triwizard Tournament was only for the best of the graduates, and it would be suicide for Harry to take part in it. Thus, after much debate that night, Ron decided to give them a heads-up, fearing that they would be injured or even killed in the first match. However, to Ron's surprise, Ivan and Harry seemed to have known about the dragon and did not need to be told. The match was also an easy one for both of them, with Harry getting the golden egg unscathed on his broom and Ivan subduing the dragon. Ron was overwhelmed by the cheers from the crowd, and when he remembered to go to the Warriors' Lounge to congratulate them, he saw that they were surrounded by people. It was as if,
Maybe, so you're still suspicious of me.
Harry, unaware of Ron's thoughts, was furious, unable to accept the ambiguity.
Yes, it is. That's what I think, isn't it? You don't need friends like me anyway.
Ron exploded, unable to contain his anger. Without taking off his shoes, Ron lay down on the bed and pulled the blanket over his head.
I guess it's not so hard to invite a girl to a dance after all.
Harry said wistfully, relieved to have a partner.
Of course, as long as you're proactive, you're never alone.
Ivan said with a smile. Harry nodded, then asked curiously.
What about you, Ivan? Did Hermione accept your invitation? Not yet. I didn't see her this morning, so I'll ask her after dinner.
Chapter 635, Your Words Are Harsh, Hals. After lunch, Ivan checked the Marauder's map and headed in Hermione's direction. They met in a corridor. Yvonne hurried forward, but Hermione seemed distracted, walking along with her head down as if she did not see him.
Hermione!
Ivan called out, but she did not respond, and he had no choice but to step in front of her.
Ivan, what can I do for you?
Hermione looked up at him, her eyes red as if she had just noticed him. Yvonne could see that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it, so she forced herself to ask.
Have you thought about the ball, Hermione?
Hermione's face hardened at Ivan's words, her brown eyes glaring angrily at him for a moment before she snorted.
I thought you invited someone else. Why are you asking me?
Ivan was baffled.
When did he invite anyone?
Before he could figure it out, Hermione hit him hard on the shoulder and ran off, clutching the book to her chest. Yvonne looked over her shoulder to see Hermione leaving, but the witch was no longer there, and instead there was the sound of thudding wood on legs, only seconds before she saw Moody coming down the corridor.
Hales, I've finally found you. I don't have time to explain. Come with me.
Moody said sternly as soon as he saw Ivan.
Can't you see I have some business to attend to? Professor Moody, could you give me a few minutes if you please? We can always do this later.
Ivan rolled his eyes and sighed. He had to find out why Hermione thought he had invited someone else.
No, we can't delay, Hulse. There are not many opportunities like this.
Moody shook his head, speaking urgently, his face grim, his magical eyes scanning the area to make sure no one was around before he lowered his voice and continued.
Crouch is going to discuss the next match with Bagman this afternoon, and he just happens to be out of his office. It's a rare opportunity.
Ivan hesitated but did not move.
Did you just invite Miss Granger to a ball?
Moody asked, slightly irritated. He did not want to waste his time on emotional instruction for a young boy at such an important moment, but it seemed he had no choice. Ivan didn't really want to answer that. Moody did not hesitate to point it out.
Obviously easy, you failed. You can't say that.
Ivan shook his head firmly.
It's not a big deal to be rejected by a girl, and even if you were a Hogwarts champion, you wouldn't be famous enough to make everyone like you.
Moody said quickly.
You might be able to change your target, and there will be plenty of girls waiting for you, and they'll be ecstatic.
Ivan's brow furrowed, and Moody could tell he didn't like the sound of this, so he changed his tone.
But I don't think it's that bad. Everyone at school can see that Miss Granger is very fond of you.
Moody looked at Yvonne with his normal eyes, which he rarely did, and suggested instead.
I think you should learn to be tough, Hales. Sometimes a hug is more practical than any words, and those witches are always insecure and desperate to know.
Are you going to give me some emotional guidance, Professor Moody?
Yvonne interrupted, giving him an odd look.
But if I'm not mistaken, you're still single.
It's weird how a single man dying alone gives emotional advice to a teenager in the middle of a relationship.
Don't get me wrong, just because I'm single doesn't mean I've never been liked, Hals. When I was an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, I had countless admirers. All I ever did was focus on catching dark wizards.
Moody said angrily.
Really? You're sure?
Yvonne asked, looking at his face, which looked as if it had been scraped with a knife. Moody's ferocious face twitched as he read Ivan's mind.
I suddenly see why Miss Granger refused you.
He said.
Yes.
Yvonne looked at him in surprise.
It must be because you're such a pain in the ass.
Moody complained. Yvonne had nothing to say to that. He was silent for a moment, then sighed and said,
Well, as you planned, we'll search Crouch's office now. That's right, it's not too late to go. Take care of this and you'll have plenty of time to comfort your little girlfriend.
Chapter 636, Crouch Returns Early. As Ivan was thinking about this, Moody suddenly stopped in his tracks, causing him to nearly crash into a wall. Yvonne looked up angrily to question him, but Barty Crouch's office was right in front of her. They were there.
Hold on to your wand, Harles.
Moody whispered as he put his hand on the doorknob. Ivan nodded, readying himself before Moody's warning.
Alohomora, Alahamora opening.
Moody waved his wand, and the lock released itself with a sharp crack. Moody pushed the door open cautiously, looking nervous, as if he expected someone to jump on him. However, things were apparently not as bad as they seemed, and it was empty, as Moody had said. It seemed that the information was correct, and Crouch did go to discuss the game with Bagman. Yvonne did not go in immediately, but glanced around. The temporary office was not very spacious, being only half the size of a classroom, with a warm red carpet on the floor and a fire burning in the grate, evidence that Crouch had only recently left. Moody's attention was immediately drawn to the walls, and he was relieved to see that there was no portrait. However, Moody did not forget to cast a non-verbal spell on his wooden leg to make his steps quieter. Yvonne followed him inside and was the first to approach the central work table. There were some documents scattered around the table, and a quill and ink bottle had been pushed to the corner of the table. In addition, there was a daily prophet. Instead of reaching for it directly, Ivan adjusted his position so that he was facing the front and could see the contents of the newspaper. However, when he saw the cover of the newspaper, he was stunned. This was not the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. He was sure he had seen it before. Because it was about the Quidditch World Cup during the summer holidays, Sirius's large face was featured in the photo, along with news of the Dark Mark and Death Eaters gathering to set fire to the camp. On the other side of the room, Moody was carefully turning the pages of a document, his brow furrowing from time to time. Their actions alarmed the small creatures, and a foxtail sneaked out of a crack in the wall, accompanied by several snuffbox-like creatures. Naturally, none of this escaped Moody's magical eyes. He stepped on them and caught one of them, who was still alive.
Hey, looks like there's a serious lack of care here, or they wouldn't be so aggressive.
Moody looked around the room, noting the chairs in the corners were covered in dust.
Don't forget, Crouch has been out of school a lot these past few months, you told me so.
Ivan reminded him.
Yes, but he's been back for days this time, and Crouch hasn't touched any of the papers on his desk that need to be signed.
Moody went on grimly.
And he certainly doesn't want people coming in at will, so the house elves can't sort them out for him.
As he listened to Moody, Ivan became increasingly convinced that Barty Crouch was Crouch Jr. in disguise. Crouch was, after all, not the head of the Department of Communication and Cooperation, so he was unable to deal with the documents, and was often absent from Hogwarts, presumably to see Lord Voldemort.
What kind of person do you think doesn't have time to take care of their office, even if it's a cleaning charm?
Moody asked suddenly.
Busy people, like you, or someone in a particularly bad mood.
Yvonne asked, distracted by her thoughts as she read the Daily Prophet.
Could be either.
Moody said, nodding, and then noticed that Ivan seemed to have something else on his mind.
Well, forget about Miss Granger, Harles. We need to work.
Ivan scowled at Moody, not bothering to explain, and pointed to the file in Moody's hand.
Won't Mr. Crouch find out when he gets back if you go through his things like that? Do you think he's still got it in his head?
Asked Moody, glancing at Ivan and turning the file upside down for him to see. It was a document dated back several months, containing a bill that Crouch, as Director General, was supposed to sign at the end with a yes or no sign, but there was not a word at the end, and it was past the deadline specified in the bill. Yvonne took Moody's meaning, which suggested that Crouch had most likely never looked through the document or had simply tossed it aside.
What if that's exactly what he wants us to think?
Retorted Ivan, who was not one to underestimate the anti-reconnaissance skills of a former head of department. If the other party was a fake, they would be even more vigilant. An undercover spy who infiltrated the castle alone would be more cautious than anyone else.
You're very careful.
Moody laughed, looking at Ivan with admiration.
Then let's not forget to get these bearings later. If we don't find anything important this time, we'll have to get them back in place.
Chapter 637, It Seems You've Finally Gone Mad, Alistair. Ivan gripped his wand, ready to strike if he was caught. The sound of the lock turning had stopped, and the next moment, the office door opened and Barty Crouch walked in. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and the only sound was the soft click of the door closing. In the distance, the heat from the roaring fireplace was spreading, driving off the December chill. Ivan, still invisible, turned his head slightly to watch Crouch as he entered the room, closing the door behind him. He was in an even worse state than when they had last met. His eyes were deeply sunken and he looked very down, as if he had not slept for days. Seeing this, Ivan turned his eyes to Crouch for a moment, trying to find the kettle containing the polyjuice potion, but he found nothing. As she hesitated, Barty Crouch approached her, looking as if he wanted to sit down and relax. Ivan held his breath and took a few cautious steps back so as not to collide with Crouch, secretly glad that the room was carpeted, otherwise Crouch would have heard his footsteps. Even so, Ivan was extremely nervous when Barty Crouch walked past him, fearing that he would see through his disguise or notice something amiss. Although they had sorted through the items that had been moved, they had not been able to restore them to 100% in time. The obvious indentations in the blanket on the floor also gave away their position. However, none of Ivan's fears were realized, and Crouch seemed too distracted to be interested in the details. He leaned back in his chair, his tense expression relaxing. The stern, old-fashioned face lost its composure and was filled with pain, frustration, and defeat. For 20 minutes, Crouch sat motionless in his chair, staring at the Daily Prophet. Ivan watched Crouch's every move, trying to discern his mental state from his expression and movements. Eventually, he came up with a vague possibility but could not be certain. At that moment, a blue flame erupted from the fireplace, and Ivan turned to see a gray-white owl flying out of the flames. Crouch, who also saw this, was very excited. He rose from his seat, took the letter from the owl's feet, and examined it with trembling hands. After reading the contents of the letter, Crouch's expression changed, and his excitement disappeared. He was so depressed that he looked like a volcano about to erupt. There was a long silence, during which Crouch's knuckles tightened on the letter, and then his face contorted in anger, and he kicked the mahogany table in front of him.
Trash!
With a dull thud, the documents and newspapers on the table fell to the ground, and the ink bottle that had been sitting on the corner of the table rolled to the ground. What a waste of time, Ivan rolled his eyes. If they'd known this was going to happen, they wouldn't have bothered tidying up. This was not the time to dwell on it, however. Ivan was more curious about what the letter contained that would make Crouch so angry. He strained his neck in an attempt to read the letter, but Crouch was too far away for him to see anything unless he was willing to risk walking up to him. After venting his frustration, Barty Crouch slowly calmed down. He waved his wand to restore the table and the scattered documents, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and headed for the fireplace. Ivan could tell Barty Crouch was getting ready to leave, and he frowned, wondering if he should do it now. The letter could prove to be very important evidence, and if Crouch was allowed to leave, there would not be another such opportunity. As Ivan hesitated, a scarlet beam of light flew through the air, and Moody's voice echoed through the office.
Excelarmus, excluding your weapon.
Crouch did not expect to be ambushed in his office and was struck by the spell. He was thrown back against the back wall as if he had been hit by a bull, and his wand flew out of his hand, spinning to one side. A hand appeared out of thin air and took the wand. At the same time, the disillusionment charm that had been placed on Moody lost its effect, and he was soon in the office. Barty Crouch had been through the Wizarding War, and even though he was old, his reflexes were not slow. He took a heavy blow to the face, and his body rolled several times before he quickly stood up. The fireplace in front of him was just inches away. All he had to do was throw the flue powder in, and he would be able to escape.
Get away from the fireplace, Mr. Crouch, and get rid of that flue powder. You'd better not let me see you trying anything funny in private.
Barty Crouch ignored the voice and made no move to do as he was told, looking across the office.
Alistair!
Barty Crouch said, enunciating each word with a look of disbelief on his face. However, he had a better idea of what Moody's presence meant, and anger filled him.
It seems you've finally lost your mind, Alistair. Breaking into my office without permission, investigating my personal effects, and leading an attack on me.
Barty Crouch spoke sharply, but before he could finish, a beam of light struck him and flew past his head, hitting the window and shattering the thick glass.
Shut up, listen to him, do as he says, and get rid of the flue powder immediately. Don't make us say it again. You know exactly how I would deal with a prisoner.
Chapter 638, Get Out of My Brain Immediately. Relieved that Crouch was willing to give in, Ivan used his wand to move Crouch away from the fireplace. Crouch, however, had no intention of moving. He could not see Ivan when he was invisible, but he could guess Ivan's identity from his voice.
Hales, I don't know why you're willing to follow Alistair into my office, but I want you to understand that attacking a high-ranking ministry employee is a serious enough crime to keep you in Azkaban for a while, if you go back on your word.
Moody sneered.
I now charge you with altering the rules of the game, casting a confunding charm on the Goblet of Fire, and attempting to murder Harry Potter. I murdered Harry Potter.
Barty Crouch laughed at Moody's words.
What reason would I have to do that?
In addition, do you have a warrant and arrest warrant from the Ministry of Magic? And who gave you permission to investigate me without permission? To investigate the head of a Department of International Cooperation?
Barty Crouch asked harshly. Moody automatically ignored Barty Crouch's words, pointing his wand at Crouch for emphasis.
I think that letter is proof. Give it to me now.
Barty Crouch remained silent, looking coldly at Moody. The latter became even more impatient and took a few steps forward, preparing to snatch it from her. Barty Crouch suddenly spoke.
I can show you the letter.
As he spoke, Barty Crouch handed over the envelope he was clutching and continued angrily.
I hope you won't regret this. I wouldn't.
Moody grinned hideously and snatched the letter away, shaking it and examining it.
What does it say then?
Yvonne asked. She wanted to check it out too, but she was worried that Crouch might take advantage of their distraction. Instead of answering Ivan directly, Moody looked at Crouch suspiciously and questioned him.
What have you been looking for all these months? Or?
Crouch, without the slightest instinct of a prisoner and with an attitude of steel, glared at Moody.
You have read it, haven't you? That letter is commonplace. That remains to be seen, and I urge you to be honest with me, Barty.
Moody snapped, grabbing Crouch's robe.
I wouldn't put it past you to spend so much time on something so trivial.
Hales, I don't know why you're willing to follow Alistair into my office, but I want you to understand that attacking a high-ranking ministry employee is a serious enough crime to keep you in Azkaban for a while, if you go back on your word.
It must be something very important and urgent for you to leave all this work behind at once, and I guess you have to do it discreetly, right?
Moody's words were sharp, and his large magical eye was fixed on Crouch's changing expression. Ivan was also staring at Crouch, but to his disappointment, Crouch's face remained calm, no matter what Moody said. On second thought, however, Ivan found this to be normal. Crouch was the former chief executive, having risen through the ranks of the Aurors. Ordinary methods of questioning would be pointless to him.
Have you had enough, Alistair? These are personal matters and they have nothing to do with Potter.
Barty Crouch snapped, pulling Moody's hand away and looking at the pair of them.
I'd like to see Dumbledore and ask him how he manages his staff and…
Moody's ferocious face twitched as he clutched the letter in his hand, momentarily caught between a rock and a hard place.
Can I see that letter?
Ivan asked suddenly. Moody looked away and without hesitation threw the letter at him. Yvonne reached for the envelope, opened it, and took a look inside. The contents were very vague. Presumably, the sender wanted Barty Crouch to have a few days' grace, as it would be very difficult to find certain clues all over Britain with just a photograph.
Did you think of anything, Harles?
Moody asked, sensing the change in Ivan's expression.
You can show that note to our Mr. Crouch.
Yvonne said casually, then went back to the Daily Prophet for a final confirmation. Displeased at Ivan's attempt to keep him in suspense, Moody pursed his lips, took the parchment out of his wizarding robes and turned it over.
Recognize it, this handwriting.
Moody demanded. Crouch was initially confused as to what the pair were up to, but when he read the scrawl. However, his heart was in turmoil. He tried to contain his emotions so as not to reveal them to Moody. The next moment, however, it was over.
You know this handwriting, don't you? It's from someone you know very well.
Yvonne said firmly, her eyes locked on Crouch's as she threw the letter and the Daily Prophet on the table.
No, you're mistaken. I have no recollection.
Crouch shook his head, his expression strained.
You're lying.
Ivan interrupted Crouch, whose fluctuating emotions were as obvious to him as candle flames in the night. Ivan tried to take a step closer, and Crouch's panic built and built. He avoided Ivan's eyes, but the light words reached his ears, and each one seemed to rip the deepest secrets from his brain.
He lost it, didn't he?
You've been looking for him all these months, looking for him like crazy. You're worried that something will happen to him, or that something will happen to him. You're even more worried that someone will catch him and affect your career.
After all,
Ivan didn't get to finish his sentence, as Crouch was so distraught that he grabbed Ivan by the collar and pulled him up by the neck, ignoring the wand that was now resting against his neck.
get.
Crouch yelled.
Let him go, Barty.
Chapter 639. I just made some reasonable speculations based on intelligence. Yvonne looked at Crouch with pity as he was kicked to the ground.
Don't get so worked up, Mr. Crouch. Nobody's got inside your head. I just made some educated guesses based on information,
Said Ivan half-jokingly. Legilimency is not a good word. Nobody likes a guy who can read their memories at any time. Crouch slumped in silence for a long time. Moody, on the other hand, could not hold back his irritation any longer.
Ivan, what are you talking about? Who is Barty looking for, and why did he put Harry's name in the goblet of fire?
What's the point of asking? I was just guessing.
Ivan shook his head. Moody didn't believe a word of it, but there wasn't much he could do about Ivan, so he turned his attention to Barty Crouch.
You'd better be honest, Barty. You should know I'm not very patient. Or would you rather I gave you a bit of truth serum?
Crouch did not move, as if he intended to remain passive. Moody sneered. He searched the pockets of his wizarding robes and produced a small bottle of clear potion, which he was about to pour down Crouch's throat.
Come on, Professor Moody.
Ivan said to Barty Crouch, pressing his hand down and giving him a reassuring look.
Mr. Crouch, I have heard many things about you.
Don't get so worked up, Mr. Crouch. Nobody's got inside your head. I just made some educated guesses based on information.
I don't know what you're hiding from us, but you should know that the man you're looking for is planning something very dangerous. He's managed to sneak in and place Harry's name in the goblet of fire with the intention of killing Harry.
Ivan's tone rose as he stared into Crouch's eyes and demanded.
We all know there is more to his purpose than meets the eye. Do you really want to keep this a secret? Professor Dumbledore once said that you were the most trustworthy man in the ministry, and I hope you will live up to his assessment and not make any more mistakes.
Ivan's words struck Crouch like a bell, and he closed his eyes in pain.
I'm sorry he misjudged me. I'm not that noble.
But you're right, Hales. At least I can't go on being wrong.
Crouch struggled to his feet, holding on to the blanket. He was no longer as dispirited as he had been before and had regained some of his composure. Ivan smiled and waved his wand at a few chairs, indicating that they should sit down and talk.
May I see that note again?
Crouch asked Moody, not bothering to sit down. Moody, of course, had no objection and retrieved the note with Harry on it and handed it to Crouch. Crouch took it from her and ran his fingers over the writing, saying in a reminiscent tone,
This is my son Barty Jr.'s handwriting, and I know him well enough to never mistake it. Wait!
Moody looked astonished, as if he had seen a ghost.
If I remember correctly, he died in Azkaban more than 10 years ago, didn't he? Several Aurors witnessed his burial.
Or was it not your son at all, and you found a way to replace him?
Moody asked, quickly coming to the same conclusion.
Yes, I managed to fool the Aurors and Dementors by having my dying wife drink Polyjuice potion in the form of Barty Jr.
Crouch explained miserably.
No wonder.
Moody sneered, grabbing Crouch by the collar and wishing he could punch him.
At the time of the trial, I thought you were really that selfless. I didn't think you'd planned this from the start, setting your sights on your dying wife and using her to save your reputation and your son.
Calm down, Professor Moody. We should hear what Mr. Crouch has to say first.
Yvonne tried to smooth things over, lest they start fighting. Having read the book, he was well aware that Crouch was a selfless man, and that the trials of Barty Jr. were carried out according to procedure and without selfish motives. In the end, however, he was unable to resist his wife's desperate pleas after all. Rescuing Barty Jr. was his dying wife's last wish. Yvonne looked at Crouch with increasing pity. He had done the right thing countless times in his life, making a name for himself against the Dark Lord, but in a moment of weakness he had made a grave mistake. This mistake alone was enough to discredit him for half his life. Crouch, looking penitent at Moody's reprimand, made no attempt to explain himself, nor to place the blame on his wife. After all, regardless of the process, he was the one who ultimately made the decision. A mistake is a mistake. With a deep sigh, Crouch skipped the subject and began to tell how he had brought Barty Jr. home, cast imperious curse on him, and ordered Winky the house elf to keep an eye on him.
I was very careful. I thought I would be able to keep it a secret, but someone found out.
Crouch's face became very troubled, and he did not speak for a long time.
This witch Bertha Jorkins.
Yvonne finished the sentence for him, taking the Daily Prophet from the table and flipping to one of the pages. Moody leaned forward to take a look. The back of the Daily Prophet contained news of the disappearance of a witch from the Department of International Exchange and Cooperation.
Buddy, did you kill her, just because she found out your secret?
Moody asked, glaring at Crouch in annoyance.
No, I didn't kill her. I just cast a powerful memory charm on her, and I have no idea where she went or how she disappeared.
Crouch explained, shaking his head.
Who knows if you're telling the truth?
Chapter 640, What Went Wrong?
I have committed enough crimes to keep me in Azkaban for the rest of my life, and the outcome of another murder will not change. I have no reason to hide this from you.
Crouch snapped. Moody made a face but didn't argue. Ivan, on the other hand, was well aware of Bertha Jorkins's whereabouts. After Crouch had wiped her memory with a memory charm, she ran into Voldemort in Romania, where her corpse was cold. Naturally, Ivan kept this information to himself, as he could not explain where it came from. Crouch went on about what had happened, and after dealing with Bertha Jorkins, everything was quiet again, with no one else to disturb him, allowing him to move on to more matters, such as the upcoming Triwizard Tournament and the Quidditch World Cup.
For over a decade, my son Barty Jr. has been on his best behavior and has not caused any trouble. Winky begged me to be lenient with Barty Jr., and since it was the day of the World Quidditch Tournament, I decided to show him around. He used to love Quidditch.
Crouch sighed wistfully.
Hey, looks like this private prisoner is having a good time.
Moody said sarcastically.
You've got the nerve to take Barty Jr. to a place where so many people are gathered. I made a lot of preparations, booked a private room on the top floor for him, put an invisibility cloak on him to make sure he didn't get caught, arranged for Winky to keep an eye on him.
Explain, Crouch.
What mistake? He got away.
Moody asked.
Yes, he's gone. Disappeared at the Quidditch meeting.
Crouch looked horrified.
Can you be specific with us, Mr. Crouch? And when did you hear about this?
Yvonne hurried on, thinking that this was where all the variables began.
Little Barty must have broken free of my imperious curse and escaped during the riot at the back of the house.
Crouch was visibly upset, as he blamed the incompetent house elf for not looking after his son. However, under Ivan's repeated questioning, he revealed more details. As a high-ranking Ministry of Magic official, he immediately mobilized his men to capture the dark wizards who were causing trouble, and then led them to the location where the dark mark was raised, where he found Winky. As soon as he saw Winky, Crouch knew that Barty Jr. must have escaped, although he suspected that his son was nearby.
So it was your son who cast the dark mark?
Moody said, angrily gripping his cane.
You know that, and you're trying to blame it on Harry and Sirius.
Crouch smiled wryly and did not argue, instead continuing.
When everyone had left, I went back there to try and get my son, but I searched every inch of the area and could not find Barty.
Yvonne's brow furrowed. In the original timeline, Crouch should have found Barty Jr. and brought him home. What went wrong now? Yvonne tried to recall the events that had occurred to her, and it occurred to her that Barty Jr. had been struck by a few wizards' magic by accident and had been forced to remain where he was. If this had not happened, Barty Jr. would have had a good chance of escaping in the confusion, and he would have gone after Voldemort. Voldemort and Peter Pettigrew did not need to raid Crouch House, which explains why Barty Crouch was not under Voldemort's imperious curse. Understanding all of this, Ivan was not at all happy. Knowing where to start isn't going to help. The point is how to solve these problems. Where exactly is Barty Jr. now? His name is nowhere to be found on the Marauders map, and how did he manage to alter the Goblet of Fire?
I spent the next few days searching for Barty Jr., but I couldn't find him anywhere, so I had to ask someone to help me find him in Britain.
Crouch said wearily.
Why not simply refuse to referee the Triwizard Tournament and spend more time trying to find your son?
Ivan asked curiously.
No, you've got it wrong, Hulse. He'll only have good reason to shirk the job if he agrees to it.
Moody sneered.
Right, Barty?
Crouch nodded shamefacedly. When he was not at the castle, he used the excuse that the cooperation department was busy to placate Bagman. With this cover, no one would question his whereabouts for a while. However, to Crouch's surprise, there was no news of Barty Jr. for several months, and instead he received a handwritten note from Ivan and Moody.
I have been debating for months whether or not to speak of these matters to Minister Fudge or Dumbledore.
Crouch's face was a mask of struggle, having spent countless days and nights torn between selfishness and morality. With this in mind, Crouch slowly turned to Yvonne and said with feeling,
I have to thank you, Harles, for helping me choose. Well, that's easy for you to say, Barty. Would you have turned yourself in if we hadn't broken in and found out what was going on? Don't be ridiculous.
Moody's lips twitched, and he did not hesitate to expose Crouch's selfish intentions.
You'd just go on hoping to find your son, wouldn't you? You know very well that if you let the cat out of the bag, you'll end up in Azkaban, where everyone will know exactly what kind of man you are as an ex-executive director.
Moody's words were as sharp as knives.
That's enough, Alistair.
Crouch was irritated by Moody's yin-yang.
I did do something wrong, but it's the ministry's job to judge me, and don't forget, you're not an Auror anymore.
Chapter 641, You're simply a born Auror. Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Ivan interrupted them.
Gentlemen, please stop for a moment. This is not the time to hold someone accountable. The most important thing for us to do is to tell Professor Dumbledore exactly what happened. I'm sure he'll make a decision. Well said, Harles.
Moody said, pointing his wand at Crouch and looking at him with disdain.
Shall we go, Barty? Do you need me to help you? I'll see to it myself.
Crouch snorted and left the room, heading for the headmaster's office on the top floor. Along the way, Ivan and Moody stood to either side of him, watching his every move so that he would not think of escaping. Crouch, however, behaved himself throughout the journey and led the way to the headmaster's office. Moody gave the order to open the door, and they all went up the spiral staircase. Fortunately, Dumbledore happened to be in the headmaster's office, and the trip was not in vain.
Hars, Barty, Alistair.
Dumbledore's gaze swept over Ivan and the others, noting their expressions.
Yes, Professor, a matter of great importance.
Yvonne nodded, then turned to Crouch.
But I think it would be better if Mr. Crouch did it himself.
Hearing this, Dumbledore fixed his gaze on Crouch's dispirited face. Crouch sighed and didn't waste any more time. He started with how he had taken Barty Jr. out of Azkaban in a moment of weakness more than a decade ago, and how he had let Barty slip through his fingers during the World Quidditch Cup. Yvonne and Moody filled in the blanks, speaking as concisely as possible. Dumbledore listened in silence, tapping the table with his long index finger, occasionally looking thoughtful and surprised. When they had finished, Dumbledore's face grew serious, and he looked at Crouch with some disappointment.
I must say, this is far beyond my expectations, Barty.
Crouch looked desolate, as if he had aged in an instant.
In the face of family, even the most brilliant of men can be slow-witted.
Dumbledore said wistfully, visibly moved, and then retorted.
In fact, I would not recommend turning yourself in at the ministry, Barty, at least not now. Why?
Crouch looked at Dumbledore in surprise, not quite understanding what he meant, and Moody anxiously tried to speak to him, but the professor stopped him.
Think about it. If word got out that you'd been tried by the Ministry of Magic, Barty Jr. would realize that his escape had been completely exposed and would be hunted down by Aurors. He'd only go into hiding more carefully, possibly even doing things that none of us would want to see him do, such as taking it out on the innocent.
Dumbledore explained.
It's too dangerous, Albus. What if Barty somehow managed to hide something and then relented and made a mistake? He's got a criminal record, you know.
Moody demanded.
We need every available hand now, Alistair.
Dumbledore said firmly, turning back to Crouch.
Will you help us catch your son, Barty? I'm afraid you know him best in the world. Only I need to warn you that there is no advantage or possibility of a reduced sentence, and you can think of it as.
Crouch nodded without hesitation.
Of course, I can swear an oath as a restraint. That would be best, Barty. I'll have my eye on you all the time.
Moody grinned, glaring at Crouch. Ivan was unable to get a word in edgewise, and could only stand idly and listen to their discussion. Yvonne shared Moody's opinion on Crouch's handling of the matter and felt that it would be best to keep him in custody. After all, it was anybody's guess whether a father would be cruel to his errant son. And the promise of magic was not universal. While Ivan was lost in his thoughts, the chatter in the headmaster's office suddenly stopped, and he looked up in surprise to find everyone staring at him.
I've just heard from Alistair,
Dumbledore said, breaking the silence. In his opinion, Ivan had a hard time getting the truth out of Crouch with the few clues he had gathered, as well as 2 reports in the Daily Prophet, especially since Crouch was only 14 years old.
I was only a little help, and it was thanks to Professor Moody that we caught Mr. Crouch.
Ivan replied modestly, his voice trailing off as he realized he was still in the picture. Disregarding Crouch's opinion, Moody patted Ivan on the shoulder and grinned.
Don't be so modest, Hulse, you're a born Auror. Given your abilities, if you were to graduate and take up a post at the ministry, it would only take you a few years at most to become an executive director or even a minister.
Ivan shrugged. He had always believed that being born an Auror was not a compliment, as he had the impression that Auror's duties were to wash up after a major battle or serve as cannon fodder to accentuate the power of certain wizards.
Hales, I hear you've had some trouble with your friends recently.
Dumbledore asked suddenly.
Not exactly a contradiction, is it?
Yvonne scratched her head, unsure whether Dumbledore was referring to Hermione or Ron, and even more confused as to why the old professor had suddenly changed the subject. Weren't they getting down to business? Dumbledore inclined his head in acknowledgement of Ivan's statement and turned to the 2 men.
I may need to speak privately with Mr. Crouch for a moment. If you have nothing else to say, please consider the Great Hall and enjoy the evening meal.
Chapter 642, She's so smart she wouldn't have thought of it. Leaving the headmaster's office, Ivan said goodbye to Moody and walked alone through the castle, his mind occupied with thoughts of Barty Jr. The raid on Crouch was not a complete failure, but it was far from a success, as they did not get much useful information from Crouch. Ivan slowly pulled out the copy of the Daily Prophet he had obtained from Crouch's office and read through it, while mentally summarizing all the information he had gathered so far. First, he confirmed that Barty Jr. was not pretending to be his father, Crouch. There was no doubt about it, as he had previously searched Crouch's mind with legilimency, and was certain that it was Crouch himself, and that there was no sign of the imperious curse, nor any memory alteration. Second, judging from the handwriting of the note and the testimony given by Crouch, it was Barty Jr. who threw Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire. He must have sneaked into the castle to cast the powerful confunding charm on the Goblet of Fire. But the question is, how did he manage to sneak into Hogwarts where he was hiding all this time, and how did he get past the Marauder's map? Questions filled Ivan's mind.
What would I do?
Yvonne asked, trying to put herself in his shoes. He was well aware of the effects of the Marauder's map, which was a very useful magical tool that showed the names of all the wizards in the castle, even Dumbledore. However, in other words, no matter how practical it was just a powerful alchemy tool. It was impossible for it not to have a way of restraining itself. In his second year, he found that the map did not show the room of requirement or the Slytherin chamber. This meant that if an individual used magic to create a separate space, they would be able to bypass the limitations of the Marauder's map. Also, as an alchemist, Ivan believed that the use of isolation runes would have the same effect, as long as the entire body was covered. Avoiding the Marauder's map was therefore a viable option, although the problems that followed were not trivial. What if Barty Jr. stayed in one place and did not come out? Nobody can actually make food out of thin air. A day or two would be tolerable, but Barty the Younger would starve to death. And there would be no way of getting accurate information on the outside world to help Harry get into the third match and to get his hands on the trophy that had been turned into a portkey. It must be noted that during the first match of the season, he was able to pull away from Harry, and if he continues to do so, the gap will only continue to grow. Barty Crouch Jr. will never hide away and let this happen. Ivan tried his best to analyze where Barty Jr. might be hiding, but he couldn't come up with much. He still didn't have enough information. He had to wait for Barty to give himself away before he could catch him.
You're late.
Luna said airily, without much blame.
I'm sorry, Luna, but Professor Dumbledore had to see me about something, and I was held up.
Yvonne explained apologetically.
I see.
Luna drawled, staring at Ivan with her beautiful pale blue eyes for a long time. When Ivan tried to ask a question, she interrupted him abruptly.
Harassment cricket.
What?
For a moment, Ivan was unable to respond.
So many harassing tadpoles.
Luna muttered to herself.
I think they must be circling you, trying to float into your ears and mess with your head.
As she spoke, Luna took her wand out from behind her ear, to Ivan's surprise, and waved it at a peculiar frequency.
Try this.
Luna said, pointing her wand at Ivan. A gentle magical wind swirled around Ivan, wiping the dust from the corners of his robes, and Ivan, in the center, felt as if he were being surrounded by many blowers.
How are you? Feeling better?
Luna asked when the spell stopped.
No, I don't think it's going to work.
Yvonne said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Cleaning spells obviously couldn't overcome one's troubles. A memory charm or a bottle of joy potion would do the trick.
But I think it's working.
Luna said earnestly, her magic having blown away a lot of the harassers. Yvonne was speechless. The little witch's wild ideas were so unexpected, she didn't know whether to call her clever or eccentric.
So, are you in trouble again?
Luna asked, skipping the part about harassing Dottie.
Yes.
Yvonne began, then hesitated. He had a lot on his mind lately, but he had no one to talk to about it, and he thought Luna might be a good listener. She was very tight-lipped, never gave away anything she said, and was trustworthy. Luna seemed very interested in the dance, and pretended to listen carefully. Yvonne made no attempt to hide the truth and gave him a brief account of what had happened, including Hermione's misunderstanding of seeing them walking together.
Each person can only invite one person to the ball, and since I asked her again, there's no way she invited anyone else. She's too clever not to think of it.
Chapter 643, Traceless Immortal and the Traceless Immortal Tree.
Why did she think I'd invite someone else?
Ivan muttered to himself in confusion. He turned to Luna to get her opinion, but she remained where she was. Yvonne was about to question her, but Luna spoke first.
You must be too tall.
Tall, Yvonne frowned, wondering where Luna was going with this. Or was it just Luna's imagination playing tricks on her? Even as Ivan thought this, Luna moved towards him and placed her hands on his shoulders. It was the first time Ivan had been so close to Luna, and he seemed uncomfortable with it. Before he could think any further, he felt the witch's hands on his shoulders. Ivan was curious as to what Luna was up to, so he didn't resist and followed her instructions.
That's better.
Luna exclaimed, looking pleased as she compared her height to Ivan's. Ivan sat on the floor in a daze, looking up at Luna, thinking that this perspective was strange.
Have you ever heard of the tree?
Luna asked suddenly. Yvonne shook her head.
It is usually very tall, very large, and very beautiful, with golden red leaves on the branches, which steal all the sunlight and cast a large shadow, making it impossible to find another tree nearby.
Luna spoke faintly, her ethereal voice echoing in the corridor as she walked to the window. The rays of the setting sun fell on her long, pale blonde hair, making it shine a beautiful golden red. Yvonne gazed up at Luna, lost in her own thoughts. She was like a beautiful tree blocking out the sun, and Yvonne had to stay in her shadow.
Are you trying to say that Hermione is uncomfortable with the fact that I'm being nice?
Yvonne asked hesitantly. Luna did not reply. She seemed lost in her own world, reaching out as if to catch a ray of sunlight. Yvonne left Luna alone, thinking back to what had happened. He suddenly recalled Hermione's words to him 2 weeks ago, when Harry and Ron were at odds. "No, you're wrong, sometimes I envy you."
You're putting too much pressure on her.
Luna's disembodied voice rose again.
She's like a stalking fairy, circling the tree, but there are so many of them, she thinks she's nothing. The traceless fairy, what's that?
Yvonne asked, confused by Luna's antics.
They're funny little pixies, about half the size of a human hand, with transparent wings that give off a faint, fluorescent light. Every night, a lot of vanishing fairies come out of the bushes and circle the tree.
Luna was very pleased with Ivan. Ivan scratched his head. He had once searched through books on magical creatures suitable for hemolysis, but had never found a traceless fairy. This is presumably also a creature of Luna's imagination, as she has many strange ideas, as if she were living in a fairy tale book. Ivan, of course, was not stupid enough to argue with Luna about the existence of the traceless fairy, as he had also heard the innuendo in her words.
You'd have lots and lots of traitors, and without me, you'd have gone to other friends to practice magic and talk to them about it.
Luna whispered.
No, it doesn't.
Yvonne said earnestly, contradicting Luna.
Because there's only one Luna at Hogwarts, and no one else. Thank you.
Luna beamed, her eyes narrowing, her voice light and sing-song.
Then she will want you to tell her that there is only one Hermione at Hogwarts, and that she is the most special of them all.
Ivan was stunned. After a while, his face turned red and he stammered.
Do we have to do this? Isn't it too?
Yvonne didn't go on. He could certainly see Luna's point, but wouldn't that be a confession? Ivan cringed at the mere thought.
But girls care about that.
Luna added, staring at Ivan.
Do you like her?
Yvonne hesitated, but she already knew the answer. He was fond of Hermione, of course, having been fond of her in his previous life, though whether it was love he did not know. Because he was equally fond of every brilliant character in the original timeline, he knew their hearts, knew everything about them, had heard their stories.
Would you be upset if she accepted an invitation to the Christmas ball?
Luna's disembodied voice reached Ivan's ears again. Yvonne closed her eyes and tried to think of such a scene, her expression becoming strained, then calm. He opened his eyes slowly and looked at Luna, his words firm.
I think I understand.
Luna merely smiled and did not reply. After thinking it through, Ivan's confusion was swept away, but he did not rush off to find Hermione, as it would be rude to Luna, and he needed some time to prepare his surprise. So he spent the rest of his time wandering around the castle with Luna, talking about the little things in life and listening to the little witch's strange ideas. He enjoyed talking to Luna, as he could never guess what would come out of the little witch's mouth.
By the way, are you going to the Christmas ball this year?
Yvonne asked curiously.
But who would ask me to be their date?
Luna asked wistfully. Yvonne remembered that Luna was in her 3rd year and would not be able to attend unless invited. It's just that, generally speaking, pretty girls in the lower grades are very popular, and Ivan was surprised that Luna was not invited. On second thought, Ivan could see why. Luna would have been delighted to wear a strange gown, a beautiful garland, or a hat she had knitted herself to be the focus of the ball, but not everyone could bear the attention as she did. With this in mind, Ivan looked at Luna apologetically, but he had already decided to invite Hermione and could not invite anyone else.
I don't like balls, it's too much fun.
Luna shook her head, perhaps sensing Ivan's thoughts, then went on mysteriously.
I'm not going home for Christmas. I have more important things to do.
Chapter 644, Hermione, are you here to show off?
What is it?
Yvonne asked curiously.
I read in a book that the tree blooms every Christmas, and all the vanishing fairies come out at night. It must be beautiful.
Luna said in a trance, as if imagining the view.
Oh, and the crumple-horned snorkack, which would have been attracted to it if it had been in the area.
Luna added.
So you're going to look for the tree on your holidays?
Yvonne asked, suddenly understanding. He had seen something like this in Luna's memory, when the little witch was always keen to find something new.
Yes, they tend to grow in very thick jungles. I think they might be found in the Forbidden Forest. I've never really looked for them.
Luna said happily. Yvonne opened her mouth to speak, then stopped. He understood that Luna would never find the vanishing tree or the crumple-horned snorkack in the Forbidden Forest. They were mere figments of her imagination. But Ivan also knew he had no right to break this beautiful fantasy.
Well, I guess one day you'll find it.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Luna said earnestly. Before she knew it, they were at the end of the corridor, facing the blank wall. Luna turned her head to look at the main tower. The lights of the Great Hall were still flashing, and students were coming out of the entrance hall in twos and threes. Apparently, dinner is over.
I think you'll have to leave, don't you?
Luna asked Ivan. Yvonne nodded, apologized to Luna again, and hurried off towards the entrance hall. As they walked, Ivan tried to think of something to say, but he was nervous. This was the first time he had ever confessed to a girl.
George, Fred.
As they passed through a corridor, Ivan caught sight of the Weasley brothers returning to their dormitory after dinner, and an idea popped into his head.
What's the matter, Ivan? Can I help you?
George and Fred turned around, but before they could ask, they saw something flying toward them. George instinctively took it and saw that it was a golden galleon.
I have a favor to ask of you both.
Ivan said, looking at them.
Are you waiting for Ivan, Hermione? He's not going to eat at this hour.
I wasn't waiting for him.
The young witch protested, shaking her head in exasperation. The knife in her hand sliced the steak into pieces, but she did not notice. Harry looked at Hermione's untouched plate and shrugged. He could see that his two best friends were having a falling out, but he couldn't figure out why. It was only a few days ago that Ivan publicly invited Hermione to this year's Christmas ball, and they were supposed to be quite close.
Did you refuse Ivan's invitation? Did you find someone else at the last minute?
Harry asked curiously. However, he soon realized that if that were the case, Hermione would not be looking at the entrance hall all the time.
Why are you asking so many questions?
Hermione asked, glaring at him angrily. She then grabbed her books and left the Great Hall without a word. Hermione's face was blank as she left the foyer. She did not return to the girls' dormitory, nor did she go to the library for the evening as usual. Instead, she wandered around Hogwarts Castle alone, thinking about her recent separation from Ivan. When Ivan asked that question, she realized that she had misunderstood and that he had not invited Luna of Ravenclaw to the ball. However, when she thought of the memories of Luna and Ivan together, she felt as if she had swallowed a bitter fruit. She was upset and could not help but provoke Ivan. As soon as she finished speaking, Hermione regretted her decision and waited anxiously for Ivan to follow her. This, coupled with the fact that Ivan was nowhere to be seen at the dinner party, caused Hermione some concern. She had not forgotten her earlier suspicion that one of you-know-who's henchmen might have sneaked in and dropped Harry's name into the goblet of fire. Perhaps the other party would also target Ivan, a warrior. There is, of course, a second possibility, which is that Ivan has been inviting other girls along.
Hello, Hermione.
Luna greeted her. Hermione stopped in her tracks. Not wanting to show weakness in front of Luna, she turned around and said angrily.
Hello.
Luna, apparently unaware of Hermione's distance and malice, hurried up to them, her hands searching through the pockets of her wizarding robes. Hermione, secretly alarmed, clutched her wand in her right hand. However, under her intense gaze, Luna merely pulled a thick notebook out of her cloth pocket.
It's all right, I've been carrying it.
Luna said happily, handing Hermione her notes. Hermione didn't take it immediately, looking at Luna in confusion as to what she meant.
Aren't you going to take a look?
Luna asked. Hermione ignored this and opened the notebook, wanting to know what was in it. After scanning the pages for a while, Hermione discovered that the pages were filled with instructions on how to perform occlumency and how to resist legilimency. Most importantly, she recognized the handwriting, which was Ivan's. "Are you here to show off?" Hermione looked at Luna unhappily, but when she saw the innocent look on Luna's face, she realized that she had misunderstood, and after a moment's thought, she understood Luna's meaning and asked for confirmation.
So you were practicing legilimency that day.
Chapter 645. Do you still want to hear that answer, Hermione?
You turned him down, didn't you? So he had to come to me.
Luna explained.
I didn't say no.
Hermione looked as if she was about to retort, but she didn't. This was because he had indeed been deliberately avoiding Ivan because of legilimency.
He read your memories. Yes, it's fun.
Luna nodded happily. She did not find sharing a memory particularly embarrassing.
Then why did you give it to me?
Hermione asked, puzzled. If Luna didn't mind having her memory checked, why not continue?
I think you need it more than I do, don't you?
Luna pointed to the books Hermione was clutching to her chest, one of which had a cover that was sticking out of a book titled,
The Power of the Mind How to Protect Your Brain.
Hermione instinctively clutched the book to her chest and blushed. Ever since her memories had been accessed by Ivan, she had been teaching herself how to protect her brain, so that she could help Ivan practice legilimency while retaining key memories. Unfortunately, occlumency was very difficult to learn, and after several weeks of no apparent progress, she decided to avoid Ivan.
If you give it to me, what will you do?
Hermione asked, looking at the notebook again. She was well aware that this was not just a notebook, but an opportunity for Luna to accompany Ivan in his magical studies.
Do you know what I saw in his memory?
Luna went on, not responding directly. Hermione shook her head.
I see he likes you.
Luna said, revealing the truth.
What?
Hermione stammered, looking at Luna with wide eyes. She could hardly believe the words were coming out of her mouth. Luna did not seem to want to repeat herself. She pointed to the entrance hall and said in her disembodied voice,
He was looking for you in the Great Hall. I think you just missed each other.
Hermione looked at Luna in surprise for a moment, then whispered.
Thank you.
She realized that she might have misunderstood Luna's relationship with Ivan, and that if she really liked Ivan, she would never have been so open about letting him access her memories. With this in mind, Hermione's gaze softened, and her earlier hostility turned into gratitude. She thanked Luna again and hurried back to the Great Hall. However, when Hermione entered the entrance hall, she was surprised to find Ivan nowhere to be seen, and was wondering if he had left after waiting for too long when she felt a tap on her back. Hermione was startled and turned around to find Ivan standing behind her.
Come on, come with me.
Without another word, Ivan grabbed Hermione's hand and, without waiting for a reply, pulled her towards the tower. The little witch stumbled along with Ivan, her heart pounding at the feel of his fingers on hers. She didn't ask where Ivan was taking her, as she couldn't think straight.
Okay, this is it.
Yvonne said as she and Hermione stopped in front of a classroom. Hermione then dared to whisper.
What are we doing here?
We'll find out.
Ivan smiled, waved his wand, opened the door and took Hermione by the hand. The classroom was dark and gloomy, but Hermione was not intimidated and quietly squeezed Ivan's hand. The door to the room was quickly closed, and about 10 seconds later there was a sudden sparkle of starlight in the dark space, and then candles were lit and lit. Hermione then realized that it was nothing like a schoolroom, with large bouquets of flowers decorating the place, warm carpets covering the floor, and red and gold ribbons fluttering in the air. Ivan, on the other hand, was like the conductor of a music studio. He gently waved his wand, and the melodious sound of the organ began to play, lighting up the Christmas trees around them. To Hermione's further surprise, hundreds of pointy-eared flower fairies, the size of half a palm, flew out of the Christmas tree and began to dance around them, like young girls with transparent wings.
What's this?
Hermione reached out curiously, and a
Flower fairy.
landed on her palm.
The traceless fairy.
Yvonne laughed. This non-existent magical creature was naturally created by his transfiguration charm, but due to the large number of transformations, it could only last for around half an hour.
They're beautiful.
Hermione exclaimed as she gently raised her hand, allowing the vanishing fairies to soar back into the sky.
Is that so?
Yvonne said earnestly, turning to Hermione.
I don't think they're nearly as pretty as you.
Hermione's cheeks turned pink at Ivan's bluntness, and she avoided his gaze, pretending to admire him. However, when Ivan called her name, the little witch immediately turned her head and their eyes met. This time Hermione did not avoid Ivan's eyes, which were filled with a mixture of shyness and discomfort, but were surprisingly firm. Because she felt a strong feeling of affection from Ivan's gaze.
I'm so sorry, Hermione. I'm so sorry, Ivan.
As if their minds were connected, two voices sounded in the classroom at the same time. A slight awkwardness spread between them, but it quickly dissipated.
It's better if you say it first.
Hermione whispered after a moment of silence. Ivan nodded and asked,
The last time you asked why I chose to invite you to the ball.
Realizing how unreasonable her question was, Hermione said quietly.
I don't care about that anymore.
Chapter 646. Have you decided if you want to be my partner?
Then you'll have to see for yourself.
As he spoke, Ivan took Hermione's right hand, placed his wand in hers, pointed it at himself, and whispered.
Legilimency, telekinesis.
With Ivan's disembodied voice, Hermione felt her consciousness sinking rapidly, as if she had fallen into an abyss. Dimly, she saw herself practicing magic with Ivan in her first year, and the secret passageway that the three-headed dog was guarding.
So who else am I going to invite?
Ivan asked with a smile. Hermione, unable to contain her joy, stepped forward and hugged Ivan tightly, and her confusion was instantly swept away, replaced by a hazy, cloying feeling. Ivan also folded his arms around the girl in his embrace, enjoying the freshness and energy of her youth and the sweet smell of her hair. They held each other so tightly that they could hear each other's racing heart. It was fast, but it was also steady, and you couldn't help but feel intoxicated by it.
I forgot the most important thing. There's something I haven't told you.
After hugging for a long time, Ivan finally relaxed a little and said solemnly. Confused, Hermione looked up groggily, her brown eyes questioning.
That's...
Yvonne deliberately drew out the word, waiting for the little witch to get anxious before speaking softly.
I like you, Hermione.
Hermione's face went scarlet, the color spreading from her cheeks to her ears, and it was some time before she was able to stammer.
Me too.
So, have you decided if you want to be my date?
Ivan asked immediately.
Of course.
Hermione whispered, not wanting to look Ivan in the eye and burying herself in his arms. Yvonne didn't really hear him, but she was understanding enough not to ask Hermione to repeat herself. She even felt guilty. He could feel Hermione's love for him, but the memories he showed her were carefully altered. After all, he had too many secrets to share and had to deal with them with falsehoods. Meanwhile, George, who was playing the accordion behind Ivan's back, felt as if his hands were going to break. He thought Ivan would be able to get the job done in 10 minutes at most, but they had been holding each other for almost half an hour, and he showed no sign of letting go. On the other hand, Fred wasn't idle either. He kept waving his wand and sprinkling brilliant spots of light into the air. Other than that, he had to adjust the light and shade of the candles to liven up the atmosphere. Both secretly regretted their actions. Isn't it too cheap for them to charge a galleon? They should have charged by the hour.
Willpower is also a powerful force, and if you are determined not to show me a memory, the magic will automatically form a force of resistance and drive me out.
Ivan sat on the corner of the Gryffindor table, flipping through his notes and explaining the techniques of occlumency to Hermione. Hermione listened attentively to Ivan's account of the events of the previous day. She was no longer averse to Ivan's attempts to access her memory. After all, she had checked Ivan's yesterday, so she did not mind sharing her most private memories with someone she liked. Today, she also practices occlumency in order to better assist Ivan in his magical studies. Hermione did not try to hide anything about her meeting with Luna the previous evening. When she heard Hermione mention Luna giving her the notebook, Ivan was surprised but also grateful. Having established his relationship with Hermione, he found it inappropriate to practice legilimency with Luna, as it was too intimate. If he had to explain himself to Luna, Ivan would not know how.
By the way, Ivan, do you know what Luna likes?
Hermione asked suddenly.
Why do you ask?
Yvonne looked at Hermione in surprise.
It's Christmas, remember?
Hermione glanced at him, then went on.
I was going to give Luna some presents, to thank her.
She was quite fond of the odd things like an excellent storybook, little props with magical effects,
said Ivan after a moment's thought. It was one of the things he used to give Luna for the holidays. From the replies, Luna seemed to like them all.
What are you going to give her this year?
I'm going to give her a protective ring.
Ivan hesitated. He didn't want to hide anything from Hermione, so he told her the truth.
Luna told me that she's going to the Forbidden Forest to look for crumple-horned snorkax this Christmas. I'm afraid she's in danger.
As she spoke, Ivan watched Hermione carefully, afraid that she would mind. However, Hermione was not concerned about the protective ring that Ivan was planning to give her, and was worried about Luna's safety, as the Forbidden Forest was not a safe place to be. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have warned everyone to stay away from it. Not to mention Hagrid's penchant for keeping cute. Chapter 647, You're her only friend, aren't you?
The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Can't you talk her out of it?
Hermione asked worriedly.
I'm afraid that's going to be very difficult.
Ivan said, shaking his head in frustration. Luna had made up her mind to find the flowering tree and possibly the crumple-horned snorkack, and Ivan could think of no good reason to dissuade her.
Why don't you go with her?
Hermione asked, seeing the worry in Ivan's eyes. Ivan looked at Hermione in surprise.
But...
So it can't be today.
Hermione added hastily, and then, feeling herself getting carried away, blushed and continued coyly.
You and she can go in a few days.
Yvonne stared at Hermione for so long that she thought she might have misheard.
You're the only friend she's got, aren't you?
Hermione asked Ivan, looking at him earnestly, thinking of her contact with Luna the day before and sounding apologetic.
I'll talk to her, ask her if she'd like to wait a while, and then the three of us can go together.
Ivan laughed. He had been worried that Hermione would get on Luna's bad side, but now it seemed he had been wrong.
I wouldn't spend my time looking for something that didn't exist. It must be boring.
Hermione declared, shaking her head.
By the way, you haven't told me what you've got for me.
Hermione said, as if she had no intention of continuing the conversation.
Keep it a secret for now. You'll see when the time comes for the ball.
Ivan said mysteriously, not intending to reveal the secret. Hermione pretended to be angry and turned her head away, ignoring him, but was surprised to see someone looking at her from the Slytherin table. Yvonne followed Hermione's gaze, and when she saw Krum, her cheerful mood soured.
Has Krum been bothering you lately? Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you?
Ivan asked.
Come on, Ivan.
Hermione grabbed Ivan's arm and scowled at him. Concerned that Ivan might misunderstand, she quickly added.
What if Gryffindor gets points deducted? We've had a lot of extra points this term, so it's okay to deduct a little.
Ivan shrugged nonchalantly. This year was different, as Harry and Ron, the Big Three and the Big Two, had been unable to find a chance to shine, and combined with his and Hermione's hard work in class, Gryffindor had been leading the school since the beginning of term. When he reached the top of the Triwizard Tournament, he was expected to gain even more points, and the second place would never catch up. Hermione didn't know whether to be amused or offended when Ivan actually tried to hit her. However, in an attempt to avoid a confrontation, she tried her best to comfort Krum. He did want to invite her to this year's dance, but she refused.
He invited you, when?
Yvonne frowned.
I told him the other day that I had found a partner.
Hermione whispered. Hearing Hermione's words, Ivan's desire to beat the living daylights out of Krum grew, but Hermione's pleas and supervision dissuaded him.
Merry Christmas, sir,
said Dobby, looking delighted, as if he had been infected by the cheerful atmosphere of the castle. Yvonne took off her coat and slipped the gown on, and Dobby duly brought a mirror for her to examine. Ivan thanked it for its kindness, then looked at himself in the mirror. The dress he was wearing resembled a modified version of the Muggle tailcoat, which was black with gold and red stripes on the corners, giving it an air of mystery and evil.
Hey, you look great, Ivan.
Harry teased as he came over and patted him on the shoulder.
I would have seen that even if you hadn't warned me.
Ivan replied with a smirk. While Harry was teasing her, Ivan noticed that Dobby had put the mirror down and was too scared to speak.
What is it, Dobby? Is there something you want to tell me?
Yvonne asked.
Will Dobby be able to give you a present, sir?
Dobby asked, gathering his courage to speak. He gripped the corner of the mirror with both hands and looked at Ivan in fear and trepidation.
Of course, I'd be delighted.
Ivan nodded.
That's great.
Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared, returning with an armband. It was just that the fabric on top looked like it had been ripped out of a tattered bedsheet. One of the pieces was even patched up, and in the middle was a strange-looking dragon made of red thread. A small person could be seen sitting on the dragon's back. Ivan was barely able to recognize that this was the first time he had defeated Norbert.
Dobby made it himself, sir.
Dobby explained carefully.
Thank you, Dobby.
Chapter 648, Sir is really a kind and great wizard. Ivan, understanding Dobby's meaning, took a small box from the bedside table and handed it to him.
No, I have a present for you too.
Overjoyed, Dobby opened the box as fast as he could to find a lone white glove inside.
I only gave you a glove last time, so I made it up for you.
Ivan explained, then asked.
So, do you like it?
It's wonderful. Sir is such a good and great wizard.
Dobby nodded and screamed with excitement. He was shaking and sniffling as if he were about to cry. Dobby did not expect Ivan to remember that it only had a left-hand glove and bought another glove for it.
Why don't you try it and see if it fits?
Ivan interrupted. He didn't want to hear any more of Dobby's creepy talk, which would make him think he had done something extraordinary. Dobby excitedly pulled the gloves out and slipped them over his free right hand. He clutched the remaining empty boxes to his chest as if they were treasures. Ivan looked at Dobby and shook his head in amusement, then turned his attention to the table in front of the bed. There were hundreds of packages on it, all piled up, some of them even falling to the floor.
When did so many people start sending me presents?
Yvonne was surprised. She wondered if they were from the boys in Knockoff Alley but decided against it. They wouldn't have the guts to send him presents. Ivan, however, had no intention of turning the pages at once, and instead took out parchment and a quill to write to Luna, telling her not to rush off to the forbidden forest in search of the tracking tree and the crumple-horned Snorkack. Hogwarts has not been peaceful lately, and it would be best to wait for a while and work with me. He chose to deliver the letter rather than to do so himself, as he had already checked it with the Marauder's map on the way back to the dormitory. Luna was in Ravenclaw's dormitory at the moment, and Ivan had no idea when she would come out, so it was easier to write. When the writing was finished, Ivan opened the owl cage and tied the envelope around Marca's feet.
For Luna, understand.
Ivan instructed. The Maca nodded. It had delivered many times and was familiar with the routine. It flapped its wings and flew out of the window. It was only then that Ivan turned his attention to the Christmas parcels, opening them to find that most of the presents were small, exquisite objects, presumably from his admirers. He also found a new sweater from Mrs. Weasley, a Christmas tree model from Harry, a dragon scale from Charlie, and a few bags of bang puffs from the Weasley brothers. Finally, a book, The Tales of Beedle the Bard. Surprised, Ivan picked it up and examined the picture on the cover, then realized that something was wrong. It was obviously a new drawing, and as he scanned the pages, he saw Luna's handwriting all over it. On second thought, he realized that Luna must have made the book herself. She had written all the contents of the Tales of Beedle the Bard to silence, then made the appropriate covers and fitted pictures. Ivan was more or less touched. He certainly knew why Luna had given him this. A few days ago, while practicing legilimency, he saw this storybook in Luna's memory and showed some interest in it, but little knowledge of its contents. It is likely that Luna sensed this and took the time to prepare this gift for him. It did not help him much, but it was a well-kept picture book.
That's strange. Where are Hermione's presents?
Yvonne put the book down again and looked around the table at the unopened packages. Since the young witch had previously asked him about his Christmas present, it was unlikely that she had forgotten about it, leaving the possibility that Hermione was planning to give it to him at the Christmas ball. Ivan couldn't help but smile, looking forward to it. He was more interested in seeing how beautiful Hermione would look in a beautiful gown, to be able to dazzle everyone in their time and space. However, there was still some time before the start of the dance, so Ivan sat on the edge of his bed, waiting for time to pass and listening to Harry and Seamus chatting. Ron was alone in the corner, fidgeting with his clothes, which could not even be considered a ceremonial robe. They looked like a very old-fashioned dress with pink lace at the corners, and he disgustedly used the cutting charm to remove the excess, which only made it worse. Ron seemed to have realized that he would have to wear this embarrassing robe to the ball, and after fiddling with it for a while, he resigned himself to his fate and sulked in his chair. He glanced at Harry, who was chatting idly with Seamus, then turned his attention to the table in front of Ivan's bed. Ivan saw that Ron was staring at it for a long time, so he curiously followed his gaze and saw a small package in the gap of the long table. It was probably stuffed in by the other gifts, so he had not noticed it until now. Ivan strode over and removed the package, opening it to reveal a large bag of sweets, his favorite, though they were not signed or carded. It could not have been from Hermione, as the little witch would never give anything so vulgar.
Ron, did you give this to me?
Yvonne turned to him and asked curiously.
Ugh.
Ron looked stiff, as if he was ashamed to tell Ivan this, but eventually nodded.
It's a great gift, thank you.
Yvonne said casually, not caring if it was cheap, knowing that Ron was not rich.
Oh, I think I forgot your Christmas present for the year.
Yvonne exclaimed, suddenly slapping her head. Due to Ron's previous quarrel with them, Ivan was worried that Ron would refuse the gift and end up in an awkward situation, so he did not prepare Ron's share. However, when she saw the gown Ron was wearing, she had an idea and said,
But I think there's still time for a present, don't you?
No need to go to all that trouble.
Ron shook his head awkwardly and tried to refuse, but Ivan came up to him before he could speak and tapped him on the robe with his wand. The next moment, Ron felt his long dress. Chapter 649, Christmas Party. Ron looked at his reflection in the mirror for a long moment before turning to Yvonne and stammering.
How long will it last? It's fine for a day or two if you don't go out of your way to destroy it.
Ivan replied with a shrug.
Thank you so much. It's the best Christmas present I've ever had.
Ron exclaimed as if he had just been hit with a huge surprise. Having decent clothes meant he didn't have to make a fool of himself at this year's Christmas party.
I'm glad you like it.
Yvonne laughed. Harry, Seamus, and Neville, who had been watching from the sidelines, gathered around, praising Ron's new dress and cheering him on. After so many days, Harry's anger had long since dissipated, and he was able to talk to Ron as if they had never had an argument. Ron, on the other hand, was acting awkward. He had something he wanted to say but could not bring himself to say it. There seemed to be a thin membrane between the two of them, and their relationship was always worse than before. Ivan noticed this but didn't care. To him, Ron was only a relatively good friend, and although they had known each other for a long time, they had known each other well over the years. Therefore, Ivan was not in a hurry to argue with Ron when he tried to cut ties with them. Unlike Harry, Ivan recognized him as a trusted friend. He still remembered that when he was in his first year and needed money to buy a potion, Harry tried to help him by offering him 10 galleons as a Christmas present. When Harry borrowed the cloak of invisibility last year, he did not even ask what he was doing with it. Ivan took all this help to heart, which was why he was willing to spend several days teaching her charms.
I had no idea there were so many beautiful girls at school.
Seamus said, looking around.
Yeah, I never noticed.
Harry nodded in agreement, looking to the side where Ginny was chatting with her friends. Ginny, perhaps catching Harry's eye, quickly turned her head and her eyes lit up when she saw him. She whispered to her friends and ran towards him.
Ginny.
Ron greeted her happily and was shocked to see his sister clinging to Harry's arm.
Wait!
Ron was stunned, his eyes darting between them.
He invited me to the Christmas ball this year.
Ginny said, blushing.
Ah, yes, I was in need of a partner, so.
Harry's voice trailed off in embarrassment at Ron's intense stare, and he vaguely regretted having asked Ginny to dance with him. It was Ivan who broke the awkward silence.
Ginny, where's Hermione? Have you seen her? She was taking care of her hair when I came down. She should be here any minute now.
Ginny explained, then seemed to remember something and said mysteriously.
You'll be surprised to see her.
Harry and the others were curious, even Ivan. They all waited there for a while, and then there was a commotion on the stairs, and Yvonne turned around and froze. It was Hermione. Hermione, who had shed her bookish air, was now shining like a new star. Her wild brown hair had been styled to be smooth and lustrous, and she wore it in an elegant bun. She was walking slowly down the stairs, her fair hands resting lightly on the corners of her dress. Her light-colored dress shone with a faint purple light, illuminating her rosy skin. A black ribbon was tied around her waist, accentuating her beautiful figure. The two Gryffindor girls who came down the stairs with her seemed to have been relegated to the background, as all eyes were on Hermione. Ron's jaw dropped in disbelief, and Harry was no better.
Is she really Hermione?
Seamus asked, surprised. He was not the only one who wanted to ask this question. Even Parvati, who was in the same room as her, stared at her with suspicion, wondering if she had the wrong person. Ignoring the looks of astonishment and questioning from the crowd, Hermione slowly approached Ivan.
Well, is it all right?
Hermione asked nervously, sounding shy and hopeful.
It's beautiful.
Ivan said admiringly.
I didn't expect it.
Hermione's face lit up with joy, and she gently took Ivan's arm.
Come on, it's almost time for the ball. Let's go to the Great Hall.
Yvonne nodded. The students in the lounge also found their partners, and although Ron did not have Harry's help, he did have Lavender as his partner. Harry, on the other hand, was more embarrassed, as he could not bring himself to be intimate with Ginny due to Ron's presence.
Ronnie Jr., you've got a new dress. It's...
After teasing Harry, George and Fred noticed Ron's new dress and were both shocked.
You can't. You're only allowed to wear new clothes.
Ron looked at them unhappily and retorted. After being rebuffed by George and Fred, he turned his attention to Ivan and Hermione and said with a mixture of surprise and admiration.
You've got a good eye. No wonder you've been giving up all those girls for Hermione.
Of course.
Chapter 650, Let's start today's ball. The group filed through the doors and into the Great Hall. Because of the Christmas ball, the place had been decorated very nicely. Looking up, one could see a sky full of stars, hundreds of mistletoe sprigs and wreaths of ivy hanging from the ceiling, and the flags of the three schools fluttering in the wind. A dozen Christmas trees were scattered around the Great Hall, lit by candles that illuminated the dim interior. The desks of the four presidents had disappeared, replaced by tables lit with lanterns.
Ivan, Harry, come to the main table.
Professor McGonagall, who was sitting at the teacher's table, called out to them as they entered. Yvonne nodded and led Hermione up the aisle. For a moment, the pair were the center of attention in the Great Hall. Ivan was a champion who defeated the dragon, and had a reputation for being highly admired by many, including Hermione, who was so stunning that she put many people to shame. Under countless envious and jealous gazes, Ivan took his place at the head of the table, and Hermione did not shy away from taking Ivan's arm. They arrived early, and the main table was not full. Yvonne greeted Moody and Bagman, who had arrived earlier, with a nod, and a few moments later Fleur and Crumb arrived with their partners.
Hi, Yvonne.
Fleur greeted her warmly. She had dressed up to be charming, and boys were stealing glances at her. Fleur's partner was Roger Davis, a Ravenclaw senior who Yvonne had seen on the Quidditch pitch. Now, however, it seemed that he had fallen head over heels in love with Fleur, and when he saw her talking to Ivan, he got angry, but when he thought about Ivan's performance on the pitch, he backed down. Yvonne, having little interest in Fleur, was about to brush her off when Hermione intervened.
Hello, Miss Delacour.
Hermione stared daggers at Fleur, her words thick with alienation and hostility. Ivan immediately shut his mouth and said nothing.
How do you do, Granger?
Fleur chuckled, then turned and sat down at the Beauxbatons Warriors' designated table. Roger Davis followed suit, moving more like a minion than a dance partner. Krum sat down at his table without a word, next to a Slytherin senior girl who was quite pretty. Krum, however, did not seem to be responding. He seemed to be inattentive as he kept glancing at Hermione with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ivan was, of course, aware of Krum's gaze and resented it, but could not do anything in public. Crucially, Ivan recalls that the second match of the Triwizard Tournament involved rescuing hostages, and that Hermione would most likely be placed at the bottom of the lake as his most prized possession. But what if Krum got to the hostage-saving area first? Would he abandon the people he had to save and insist on taking Hermione? As unlikely as the possibility was, it had to be guarded against. How to keep Hermione safe at the bottom of the lake was also an issue. It seemed that he needed to plan for the second match.
Leave him alone, Ivan. It's a ball.
Hermione said, tugging at Ivan's arm and trying to calm him down. She noticed that Ivan was looking at Krum with an odd expression on his face, as if he was worried Ivan was about to start a fight.
Well, I won't look at him then. What about you?
Yvonne teased, turning back to Hermione and taking in her delicate features.
If you want to see it, go ahead.
Hermione blushed and deliberately turned her head away from him. She tapped the plate in front of her with her wand, summoned some dessert, and began to nibble on it. Ivan continued to stare at her without moving, and Hermione grew restless, the blush spreading to her neck and making her look even more attractive in the candlelight.
Aren't you going to eat it?
Hermione asked, turning to stare at him. Yvonne, knowing that the little witch would get really angry if she kept this up, restrained herself a little, but still pushed her luck and insisted on eating Hermione's dessert. Hermione was initially unhappy, but when Ivan continued to stare at her, she took advantage of the fact that not many people were looking and cut a piece of dessert off a plate and stuffed it into his mouth.
Can't you just eat it yourself?
Hermione said indignantly.
Where's the fun in that?
Yvonne muttered through a mouthful of dessert. He had the feeling that Hermione's food would be sweeter than usual, and he looked at her again.
Don't even think about it.
The young witch shook her head vehemently. Seeing that Hermione was extremely shy, Ivan had no choice but to wave his wand and summon some food to eat. Ivan, meanwhile, glanced around the great hall, where witches and wizards were chatting and laughing with each other. Harry and Ginny were sitting at a table nearby, looking more natural without Ron and the others' presence. The professors at the main table were no longer as solemn as they usually were, and were chatting and laughing in their fine, expensive robes. Snape, however, was the only one who looked as bitter as ever. Hagrid looked as if he had been given a new lease of life. He was talking happily to Maxime, and his large robes were so tight around him that one could not help but worry that the buttons on his collar would suddenly burst. The dinner lasted nearly half an hour, and at 8 o'clock that evening, Dumbledore stood up slowly and cleared his throat.
Well, everyone, I think you've all had your fill, don't you?
Dumbledore's gaze swept the great hall, and when no one objected, he cleared the food from the table and gestured for everyone to stand.
Then let us begin today's ball.
Chapter 651, A Special Christmas Gift. At the guest table, several strangely dressed wizards with unusually thick hair and deliberately torn black robes approached the stage.
It's the Weird Sisters.
They were soon recognized in the great hall, where they were greeted by excited shouts and applause from the other wizards. As soon as they got on the stage, they began to play with their own instruments, and a melancholy melody began to play in the great hall. When the music began, Ivan turned his head, bowed slightly in invitation, and spoke.
Beautiful Miss Granger, may I have this dance?
Hermione smiled and put her hand on Ivan's outstretched forearm. Ivan reached out and led Hermione to the center of the stage, placing his free hand gently on her slender waist. Their eyes met, and a hazy, heart-stopping pallor spread between them. It seemed to Hermione that Ivan's hand was magical, as it caused a sort of tingling sensation just by touching the tips of his fingers, causing Hermione's head to swim and her dancing to become erratic.
What are you thinking about, Hermione?
Yvonne asked, looking at her.
Can't you see for yourself?
Hermione whispered back. Ivan's arm around the girl's waist tightened slightly, closing the distance between them, and he whispered to her.
I'm not going to use that magic on you without your permission.
Then I'll do it now.
Hermione said shyly. Ivan, of course, would not let this opportunity to know the thoughts of a young girl slip by, so he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Hermione's thoughts were reflected in his mind, and Ivan could clearly feel the shyness and affection in her. Their scattered steps were soon in perfect order. Yvonne suddenly understood why Hermione had opened her mind to him there, when dancing would be so easy when they were connected. Hermione relaxed and allowed Ivan to take the lead, feeling as if she were floating and dancing with him. Like the finest of dancers, Yvonne whirled Hermione around the stage to the beat of the music. The breeze lifted the hem of Hermione's dress, causing her to dance like a butterfly in the wind, in stark contrast to the young witches and wizards around her who were new to dancing. Many people stopped in surprise as they watched the pair pass by. More and more people looked over and stopped dancing, and the space in the middle of the dais became almost exclusively Ivan and Hermione's private domain. Dumbledore waved his wand to extinguish the candle, allowing most of the light to fall upon Ivan and Hermione. The Weird Sisters switched to high-pitched music at the last minute so that they could dance to their heart's content, and the intense drumbeat mixed with the sound of guitar and lute echoed throughout the great hall. Ivan and Hermione, however, were too absorbed in each other's lives to notice, and as time passed, their dancing became more perfect, each step sounding like a drumbeat. After some time, Hermione's strength was almost gone, and beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead, so Ivan guided her to a halt at the corner of the stage. At the same time, there was a thunderous round of applause, and countless stars fell from the sky onto their heads. It was only then that Ivan noticed that everyone in the great hall was looking at them, and Hermione noticed this and blushed, but she didn't have much strength left, so she just leaned against him. After nodding to the crowd, Ivan sat down with Hermione in his arms, ready to take a break and give up the stage.
How long have you been practicing secretly? You dance really well.
Angelina was not in a hurry to dance and looked at them enviously.
We haven't had a chance to practice, and this is the first time.
Hermione exclaimed as she picked up the glass of iced orange juice and gulped down half of it. Angelina clearly didn't believe him. How could they work so well together on the first try? Ivan and Hermione looked at each other and smiled, but neither offered an explanation. For the rest of the dance, the pair sat around chatting and watching the others dance. Occasionally, girls would approach Ivan to ask him out for a dance, even going so far as to suggest that they needed guidance, but he would firmly refuse. Krum also turned his head to look at Ivan several times, but Ivan forced him back with a look each time. However, Krum's lackadaisical behavior displeased the Slytherin girl who was dancing with him. She deliberately stepped on Krum's foot to show him who his partner was. Dumbledore also waltzed with Madame Maxime, and it is worth noting that he rarely wore thick woolen gloves, presumably because he did not want to be seen with his right hand. Even Mad Eye found a partner on the stage, and though his wooden prosthetic leg was quite clumsy, much to the horror of Professor Sinistra, who was sitting opposite him, he seemed to take it in his stride and gave it his all. At the end of the dance, the Weird Sisters sang a beautiful closing song, and the organ's vibrating notes were magically lifted into the air. Hermione, who had been resting for some time, became interested and took Ivan to the stage for another round of dancing, full of enthusiasm, as if she had been suppressed too much and had let it all out. By 10 o'clock that evening, the music had stopped altogether, and the Weird Sisters, who had been busy all night, gathered up their instruments and enjoyed their refreshments. The young wizards and witches who had not had their fill of fun were disappointed and left to their own devices. Ivan led Hermione down the hall, and they strolled around the castle hand in hand. They tried to find a quiet, undisturbed spot nearby, but it proved too difficult. Wherever they went, couples would flock to each other, and they ended up wandering around the Black Lake. Yvonne squeezed Hermione's hand tightly as they talked about the gossip on the school grounds, but nothing else.
Where's my Christmas present?
The little witch looked up, her beautiful brown eyes shining with anticipation.
Well,
Ivan drawled, trying to keep her in suspense.
I wanted to see what you had for me.
Chapter 652, Fixing the Crescent Moon Necklace. Hermione stared at Ivan reproachfully, but was curious as to what he was talking about. Perhaps deciding that her gift was certainly not as valuable as Ivan's, Hermione gave in after a moment's hesitation, though she did speak with emphasis.
fine, I'll take it out first, but you can't use legilimency. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't have to.
Ivan promised, thumping his chest. He didn't mean to lie because that was the thing about surprises. Once you found out, you weren't surprised enough. Hermione drew her wand from the black silk belt around her waist and waved it gently in the air. Specks of fluorescence shot out from the tip of the wand and gradually transformed into a long strip of material, which, guided by the wand, became more solid. Not bad, Yvonne thought, impressed. He could see it was a trick, of course. Hermione must have used a shrinking charm to temporarily hide the object, then used fluorescent light to draw his attention and enlarge it. However, this did not mean that she had to expose him, and Ivan pretended to be interested as Hermione conjured a brown scarf out of thin air.
Is this for me?
Yvonne asked Hermione, seeing that the scarf was different, not as delicate as it had been marketed, with rough edges.
You knitted it yourself.
Hermione nodded shyly and whispered.
Mrs. Weasley taught me that this summer, and I saw that you didn't have a scarf yet, so.
Hermione trailed off, looking at Ivan expectantly and apprehensively. She hesitated for a long time over her choice of Christmas gift this year. She wanted to give Ivan a book as usual, but she felt that it would not help Ivan. She wanted her gift to make more sense, so she knitted a scarf herself.
This is the best Christmas present I've ever had. Can you put it on me?
Yvonne beamed at her. Hermione nodded, took a deep breath, and, blushing, slowly wrapped the scarf around his neck. They were close enough to hear each other breathe. Perhaps because it was her first time tying someone's scarf, or because she was nervous, Hermione was unable to get it done. Ivan, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at all. His eyes were fixed on the girl's exquisite face, which was inches away from him, and he was enjoying the way she was playing with her scarf. After a while, Hermione straightened her scarf, stepped back, and returned to her original position, standing there looking at him with her hands clasped behind her back. Ivan knew that she was looking forward to his gift, so he did not keep her in suspense. He took out a pendant from his wizard robe pocket and showed it to her. It was a strange-looking pendant, shaped like a crescent moon and held together by a long silver chain.
It's beautiful.
Hermione murmured, gazing at it in fascination. However, she soon noticed that there were many fine cracks on the surface of the crescent pendant, as if it was badly damaged. She then looked at Ivan in confusion.
It was a Christmas present from my mother, Alicia, at Christmas in my first year.
Ivan explained, looking wistful. Hermione was both shocked and horrified. She could certainly see what the damage to the crescent meant. Did it mean Ivan had nearly died once?
Is it when the Philosopher's Stone is protected?
Hermione asked anxiously, suddenly thinking of this. Although she did not see the actual battle, it was clearly a brutal one. When she arrived with Dumbledore, the house was in ruins, and Ivan was unconscious for 2 days. Ivan nodded fearfully, but before he could say anything, Hermione threw herself at him and hugged him fiercely. His intermittent cries soon reached his ears, and his robe seemed to have been soaked.
That was a long time ago. It's all in the past, isn't it?
Yvonne hadn't expected such a reaction from the little witch. She tried to comfort her, feeling awkward and sorry for herself. She shouldn't have told her.
It fits and it's beautiful.
Ivan said admiringly, looking at her. The former referred to the pendant, while the latter referred to Hermione with the pendant. Although the little witch had cried and her eyes were red, this did not affect her charm at all. Instead, it covered up her usual dominance and accentuated her feminine beauty. As Hermione gently touched the crescent moon pendant around her neck, her initial feelings of unease and fear were gradually replaced by happiness. She did not mind that it was a damaged magical object. as she knew how precious and special it was. With that in mind, Hermione tried to thank Ivan, but he interrupted her.
Wait!
Hermione looked at Ivan in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant.
I think it's time to fix it.
Chapter 653, Happy Kixie Festival. Ding, after a period of practice, your level of alchemy has greatly improved. Current level 6, 15,999 out of 16,000. As the spell was cast, the system's warning tone sounded in Ivan's head. He was disappointed when he saw the progress bar that had almost been upgraded. He thought he could break through the bottleneck of alchemy by fixing the crescent moon pendant, but it seemed that something was missing. Ivan, however, was able to compose himself quickly enough, and was able to take advantage of the emotional turmoil of the past few days to repair the crescent pendant. Ivan then opened the system's inventory to check. Magical item, crescent necklace. Magic strong. Description: this is a magical object made from the blood, sweat, and tears of a large number of precious metals. It can block a fatal attack for the bearer until its power is exhausted. Note, you have repaired and strengthened this magical object, and the secret is to infuse it with love.
It will protect you in my absence.
Yvonne meant every word of it and gave the necklace to Hermione as a Christmas present, partly to repair it, and partly out of fear that Hermione would be in danger during the second round. While his other magical protective ring also provided some protection, it required active activation, and once Hermione was unconscious, the ring was no different from an ornament. The crescent moon pendant, on the other hand, was passive and would automatically activate if the wearer was under heavy attack. The only thing that gave Ivan pause was the fact that repairing the crescent pendant was his promise to Nick Flamel that he would take Hermione as his apprentice, and that he would not be able to produce a second one. Ivan, however, believed that the true test of the master alchemist would be to see if he could apply the power of his emotions to the creation of magical objects. With more practice, it should not be a problem to create some similar magical tools to prove one's ability, but it might not be so powerful.
Are you really going to give me something so precious, Yvonne?
Hermione asked, looking at her anxiously as she stared at the repaired pendant.
If it could resist those dangerous charms, you'd need it more than I do.
Have you forgotten how I fixed it?
Ivan explained, trying to calm Hermione.
It only protects you. If you gave it to someone else, it would just be a normal fob.
Hermione fell silent as she listened to Ivan. She didn't know much about alchemy, but she could feel Ivan's love for her as he repaired the locket. Ivan most likely imbued the pendant with his love for her, creating a special protective charm. Hermione was moved by this revelation, and her happiness and joy filled her to the brim, her brown eyes growing misty as she gazed at Ivan. She wanted to thank Ivan, but she didn't think that would be enough, and the passion that rose from her heart threatened to overwhelm Hermione. She desperately wanted to do something about it, but she caught sight of the scarf she had given Ivan. Flushing slightly, she placed her hand on the end of the scarf and gave it a gentle tug. Ivan, caught completely off guard, was led to lower his head, and then he saw Hermione's exquisite face coming closer and closer, her eyes nervously closed, her red lips slightly parted as she pressed them against his. Their lips met for only an instant before they parted. Before Ivan could react, Hermione jumped away, her face burning red. Ivan, who had not expected Hermione to be so forward, touched his lips as if reliving the sensation, then turned to the little witch and asked teasingly,
Is this also your Christmas present to me?
No, I'll give you a scarf.
Hermione's face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. Ivan's weakened enthusiasm for guiding magic was reignited by the sight of the witch's intoxicated expression, and he tried to resume the kiss by offering her another Christmas present. However, Hermione was not going to let him get away with it. She was too embarrassed to do it again.
Hermione, why didn't you wear a gown to fix your hair? You looked so good yesterday.
Yvonne asked curiously. She had been hoping to admire her new hair when she didn't have to go to school.
There's no dance today, and it's too much trouble to do that every day.
Hermione explained, turning to Ivan. She felt more at ease in this way than in a beautiful dress, and she had spent over an hour tidying her hair for the ball yesterday.
And
Chapter 654, Information on the Second Match. With this in mind, Ivan looked at Hermione strangely. Hermione looked away, not wanting to dwell on the subject any longer, and quickly got down to business.
Did you find a clue to the second match? Ivan, Harry, we'd better get to the bottom of this in the next couple of days. If it's as dangerous as a dragon, it might take you a few days to get ready.
When Ivan did not reply, Harry pulled out his golden egg.
Mr. Bagman said that the egg could be opened and that the clue was in there. I haven't tried it before.
Harry said as he dug his nails into the grooves in the egg. Ivan did not expect Harry to be so reckless as to try to stop him. The next moment, a horrible, high-pitched scream filled the common room. Harry and Hermione, who were the closest, covered their ears in pain, and everyone in the lounge turned to look at them. Quiet as silent, Ivan immediately waved his wand and the piercing screams died down. Harry grabbed the egg and slammed it shut. The wizards in the lounge sighed in relief, and Ron ruffled his ears and muttered.
What the hell is that? Banshee cries. What kind of clue is that? Are you telling me you're going to have to subdue a banshee in the second stage?
Harry nodded, thinking that Ron's guess was quite likely, as they had dealt with a dragon before, and he would not be surprised if there was another banshee. Hermione's, however, had a different opinion and rejected the idea.
It can't be banshees. They never sound like that.
Hermione, how can you be so sure? Have you ever heard a banshee scream?
Harry asked curiously.
Don't you remember? We learned it in our second year.
Hermione said, looking askance at Harry. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Had they been taught, why couldn't they remember? Yvonne, however, was quick to catch on, adding,
You're talking about Lockhart's copy of Break with a Banshee, aren't you? I've read it, too, and it's very detailed.
Hermione said confidently, then continued uncertainly.
It's like singing.
Chapter 655, Merpeople's Singing and Mumps. A week later, in the evening, Ivan transformed into a merman he had seen before and began to converse with the merman leader.
You must be mistaken about the headmaster's instructions. Dumbledore wanted us to preside over the second match.
You must be mistaken about the headmaster's instructions. Dumbledore wanted us to preside over the second match.
What's wrong with you guys?
Yvonne asked, surprised.
We've got the clue. It's the merpeople.
Harry said quickly, breathing hard and looking excited.
Remember that sound we heard the other day? It was merpeople singing. How did you know it was a merman? Did anyone give you any clues?
Ivan's expression immediately became serious as he hurriedly asked. Harry and Ron looked like they wanted to say something, but Hermione looked angry. Yvonne was confused by their expressions, but Harry quickly explained.
Hermione found it. She must have flipped through at least 100 books related to sound in the past few days, and she only found something like it in one of them.
Yes, she even suspected that it was some sort of special code, such as hearing Harry's golden egg a dozen times with a hidden message in the sound frequency.
Ron added. Yvonne looked at Hermione and realized she had said too much and tried to salvage the situation.
I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have said that.
Hermione interrupted before Ivan could finish his sentence.
That's impossible. It can't be that one of you-know-whose men suddenly decided to help Harry win, can it?
Ron couldn't help but laugh. Harry also looked at Ivan in confusion. Ivan shrugged, frustrated that he couldn't bring himself to reveal what hadn't happened.
The events of the Triwizard Tournament are dangerous.
He bluffed.
If someone is trying to harm you, deliberately giving you the wrong information will be fatal.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione, on the other hand, agreed with Ivan's nonsense. If someone were to tell the champions that they would have to face a few red hats instead of one dragon, they would be able to relax and not deliberately strategize against the dragon.
Now that you know it's merpeople singing, have you figured out the details of the second match?
Ivan asked. Harry nodded hesitantly, then shook his head, indicating that he had only wild guesses, and proceeded to repeat the song he had heard.
We cannot sing on the ground, and when you search, think carefully.
You must be mistaken about the headmaster's instructions. Dumbledore wanted us to preside over the second match.
I think the second match will involve you diving into the bottom of the Black Lake, to find something that the merpeople have stolen, and you will only have an hour. And if you do, the merpeople will take it forever, and the match will be lost.
Yvonne nodded. Hermione had hit the nail on the head, but she hadn't guessed that the hostages were hidden at the bottom of the lake.
But how do we stay underwater for long periods of time?
Harry, having had the pleasure of solving the riddle, soon realized the seriousness of the question. In the past, when he was at home, the Dursleys seemed to expect him to fall into the water and drown, so they never let him learn to swim. Dudley, by contrast, was a good swimmer, which he often bragged about, but Harry always dismissed it as nothing special, as Dudley was as fat as a large life preserver and could float very fast in water.
Why don't you try the transfiguration charm and turn yourself into a fish or something?
Hermione suggested, then looked at Harry apologetically as if she had just remembered something.
Oh, I almost forgot. Transfiguration isn't taught until the 6th year, and it's very difficult to master. Ivan might be able to do it, but you certainly can't.
Harry said weakly, trying to think of ideas, but none of them would work.
You can use gillyweed, Harry.
Ivan said suddenly.
What gillyweed? What's that?
Harry asked, turning to Ivan with excitement.
A potion ingredient that gives you temporary growth of acne, allowing you to breathe and move freely underwater.
Ivan explained.
Like the merpeople.
Hermione asked, thinking of the merpeople described in the book Fantastic Creatures Underwater.
Something like that. It's only partially transformed, so it's definitely not as flexible as a merman underwater.
Ivan said he did not mention the other drawback of having an ugly appearance after transformation. However, Harry apparently did not care about this, as the fact that he could breathe underwater after eating a herb was enough to make him ecstatic. It meant that he would not have to be the first warrior ever to drown in a lake. There are still a few days until the start of the second match, so you can go to Hogsmeade and buy some gillyweed. If you have time, you can go to the Black Lake and practice. Chapter 656, The Second Match. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the second match, and the castle was getting lively. Ivan and Harry enjoyed breakfast together in the Great Hall on their day off. Perhaps because he was too nervous, Harry didn't have much of an appetite, so he ate a little, clutching the bottle of gorse in his hand for fear of forgetting it during the match. Ivan, who was eating leisurely, naturally noticed Harry's odd behavior and comforted him.
Relax, Harry. Haven't you had a lot of practice these days?
Harry nodded distractedly. He had been swimming in the Black Lake a few times over the past few days and had overcome the difficulty of not being able to swim, but this was similar to taking the final exam every year. No matter how much he revised before the exam, his legs would go weak when he entered the examination hall.
What do you think they're going to make you spend so much time looking for at the bottom of the lake?
Ron asked, curious about what they were going to do.
It's about the things we love most.
Harry hesitated, turning it over in his mind, then said uncertainly.
I think the merpeople are probably going to sneak the firebolt into the lake while I'm gone.
It was his most valuable possession, but Harry had no idea if the firebolt was waterproof, so he hoped it would still be useful when he fished it up. Ron nodded in agreement, thinking it likely.
Where's Hermione, by the way? Isn't she up yet?
Harry looked around but didn't see his other best friend, which made him wonder why Hermione was up so early. Ron shook his head and said,
I don't know. I haven't seen her since last night.
Ivan paused in his eating, unsurprised. He had guessed that Hermione would be placed in the Black Lake as a hostage and had presumably been taken away by Professor McGonagall the night before. However, to Ivan's surprise, Ron was sitting in the Great Hall eating, and it seemed that the people Harry needed to rescue during the match had changed from the original timeline. With that in mind, Ivan scanned the Great Hall for Ginny, but she was nowhere to be found. The previous Christmas dances were designed in large part to select the people who mattered most to the champions, as evidenced by Cedric and Krum in the original timeline. Neither Harry nor Fleur had much interest in their temporary partners at the time, and the organizers had no choice but to make an alternative choice. After breakfast, Ivan took Harry and Ron to the Quidditch pitch without further ado, as the official start of the game was approaching. They walked all the way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. From a distance, Ivan could see a large observation deck set up on the shore of the lake. Many of the students arrived earlier than them, and the rows of seats were already packed, so Ron gave them a few words of encouragement before hurrying over, hoping to find a good seat. Ivan and Harry then headed towards the entrance of the arena, where Ludo Bagman, who had been waiting for them for a long time, welcomed them with a big smile on his face.
Ivan, Potter, you're just in time. Come on, the game is about to start, and you'll all have to go into the lake.
Ivan exchanged pleasantries and was directed to the middle of the field by Bagman, which had been converted into a small pier with a long wooden plank extending from the shore into the Black Lake. Fleur and Crumb were clearly visible at the end of the hall, and they had obviously come prepared, as they were both wearing swimsuits, and Fleur's provocative figure was attracting the attention of the wizards in the audience. Harry quickly took off his robe and threw it under a tree, revealing his waterproof t-shirt and leggings.
Ivan, aren't you going to take it off?
Harry turned to look strangely at Ivan, who had not moved at all. He was still wearing his black wizard's robes, which were bound to be uncomfortable underwater.
There's no need.
Ivan shook his head, not bothering to explain. Harry couldn't read Ivan's mind, but he could see that he didn't need to worry about him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he stood on the track and took out the bottle of gillyweed. Ivan turned his attention to the judges. Bagman, the referee and announcer, was standing at the front of the stage. He cleared his throat and read out the rules for the second match. His expression became serious as he looked at Ivan and the others and then at the audience.
Last night we took the champion's most prized possession and placed it in the middle of the Black Lake this morning. Their task was to retrieve the treasure within the allotted time. I need to remind you that you have only 1 hour. Once you exceed the time limit, the consequences will be severe and you may lose the treasure forever.
Bagman's sonorous voice echoed around the lake, and the young wizards in the audience, curious as to what this treasure referred to, began discussing it heatedly. Fleur, Crumb, and Harry speculated that, despite having solved the mystery of the golden egg, they still had no idea what they were looking for. Bagman didn't want to keep him in suspense, so he turned to Dumbledore and continued.
As for the treasure we took,
Chapter 657, 4 Hostages. To be precise, there were a man and 3 women. Their eyes were tightly shut, and they seemed to have fainted. Their bodies were tightly bound by water weeds, and their loose hair swayed gently with the current. Directly in front of the statue stood several vicious-looking merman guards, who were clearly not to be trifled with.
Hermione, Ginny.
Harry let out a gasp when he saw this, and immediately recognized the 2 hostages tied up in the middle of the lake.
Gabrielle.
Fleur was even more excited than Harry. She was completely flustered as she stared at the image in the crystal ball, wishing she could jump into the water and chase the merpeople away to save Gabrielle. However, she was not allowed to do so, and the Aurors, who were tasked with maintaining order, watched her every move. Helpless, Fleur could only turn to look at the judges and ask anxiously,
Headmaster Maximus, what was my sister Gabrielle doing there? She's not even 9 years old. How could you just throw her into the Black Lake?
Maxim was unable to give an answer, as Dumbledore was 1 step ahead of him.
Mademoiselle Delacour, we have obtained the consent of these ladies. They have agreed to be hostages of their own free will, and they have great faith in you brave souls to rescue them from the lake within the time limit.
Fleur asked urgently. She had not forgotten Bagman's words that they would lose their
Precious treasure.
forever if they did not succeed in rescuing her.
Let's just say that the waterproof and coldproof spells I placed on the hostages will only last for an hour.
Dumbledore's face was grim, and he was not joking. Fleur's heart turned cold. She didn't want to believe that the competition would be so cruel, but she didn't want to bet on it.
Well, I'm sure the champions can't wait. Now then, I declare.
Bagman shouted, raising his wand and shooting a beam of light into the sky. Ivan, Fleur, and Crumb all jumped into the lake at the same time as the beam of light, but Harry was too slow. He frantically pulled the bottle of gillyweed open, stuffed what looked like a gray-green rat's tail into his mouth, and swallowed it. The young wizards in the stands craned their necks to get a better look, and Ron and the others, worried about Ginny and Hermione, rose from their seats. Unfortunately, the Black Lake was too deep for them to see anything.
You think Ivan and Harry will be able to get him out, don't you?
Ron asked George and the others worriedly.
I'm sure Ivan will be able to do it, but Harry will be more of a problem.
George said hesitantly. After his first match with the fire dragon, he was confident in Ivan, but he was well aware of Harry's magical abilities, and if he had to describe them, he would say that they were not much better than Ron.
In any case, the hostages should be fine.
George added, not believing Dumbledore's earlier claims.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I think Professor Dumbledore is taking a huge risk, leaving all the hostages in the lake without an Auror to keep an eye on them. What if the merpeople go crazy or something goes wrong with the protective charm?
Fred was furious and worried for Ginny's safety.
If you can think of it, surely the judges can too.
George retorted.
All right, all of you, stop arguing and look over there.
Charlie interrupted the argument and pointed to the middle of the lake. It was then that George, Ron, and the others discovered that the 4 crystal balls floating in midair were faithfully recording the performances of the various champions underwater. After jumping into the Black Lake, Crumb quickly cast a transfiguration spell. His head grew larger and larger, and black fins grew out of his back. However, human transfiguration was the most difficult of all transfiguration magic, and Crumb's skill was apparently not up to par, so he was forced to stop halfway through his transfiguration and became a humanoid monster with the head of a shark. Disgust filled the faces of the young wizards in the stands. Despite the spell's power, they had to admit that Crumb was ugly. Harry's image was not much better than Rome's, with ugly pimples on his neck and his palms and toes turning into those of a merman. Yvonne and Fleur were particularly pleasing to the eye. As soon as he fell into the water, Ivan tapped his wizard's robe with his wand, adding a waterproof and moisture-proof charm to it. Next, Ivan's black robe extended into a pair of wide wings. Chapter 658, Harles the Merciless. It was the end of February, and the difficulties faced by the champions were far greater than just facing the merman guard. The cold waters of the lake were also constantly sapping their already meager stamina. Realizing this, Harry and Crumb swam frantically towards the center of the lake almost as soon as they hit the water. The Black Lake covered a large area, and an hour was a very short time. Moreover, they would have to spend some time looking for the location of the merman village. Ivan, who had been left behind, appeared relaxed. He had scouted the area ahead of time and had been there a dozen times. Even with his eyes closed, he could swim to where the hostages were being held. However, it was a match, and with so many spectators watching, Ivan could not simply cheat, so he waved his wand to turn some of the rocks at the bottom of the lake into swimming fish, pretending to have them scout the way. Within a few minutes of swimming, however, Ivan was keenly aware that something was following him. At first, Ivan thought the merpeople in the lake were after him, but when he looked back, he saw that they were not merpeople at all, but the champion of Beauxbatons, Fleur de Lacquer.
Are you planning to clear the level with me?
Yvonne instantly understood what he was trying to do and smiled. It would not be easy to take advantage of her. 7 meters away, Fleur was watching the figure in the distance, swinging her body vigorously to keep up with it. After seeing the images in the crystal ball on the shore of the lake, Fleur was worried for her sister Gabrielle's safety, but her eagerness did not destroy her sanity. The Black Lake at Hogwarts was simply too big, and she had never been there before. Finding the merpeople's village quickly would be a pipe dream, and the guards there would not be easy to deal with. So she came up with the bold idea of following someone who was certain to finish the game, such as Ivan Hals, who won the first game with a perfect score. During her time at Hogwarts, Fleur had asked some Ravenclaw girls about their exploits, and each piece of information she received was shocking enough to shock her. When she heard that they had killed a 12-foot-tall troll in their first year and a defense against the dark arts professor before the end of term, she wondered if they were telling a fairy tale. However, her first match forced Fleur to admit that these stories were likely true, as the opposing team did something even more outrageous. They defeated a dragon head-on. Because of this, Fleur believed that Ivan would be the first warrior to find the location of the merpeople's village and rescue the hostages, and that she would only have to follow him to get through. This was very easy and relatively safe.
Lumos flickering.
Fleur gently waved her wand, and a ghostly blue glow spread out in all directions, illuminating the hideous, ugly faces of the fish and the faint gleam of steel forks in their hands. They were merpeople. Fleur almost cried out in alarm, for there were far too many of them for her to face alone. She turned her head to look for Ivan, believing that she would only be able to escape if she joined forces with him. Unfortunately, when she turned around, she was shocked to find Ivan long gone.
He must have done it on purpose.
Fleur hissed through her teeth. She knew at once that Ivan had lured her here on purpose and would have fled by now. Yvonne's ruthlessness far exceeded her expectations, and she left her alone. Fleur cursed her, but there was nothing she could do. When the light hit the Murlocs, they attacked Fleur as if they had been provoked, throwing countless shadows at her. Impedimenta, encompassing obstacles. Fleur waved her wand and cast a barrier spell, which was quickly broken by a shower of rocks and coral. Fleur quickly cast a disillusionment charm on herself in an attempt to escape from the merpeople, but she clearly underestimated their ability to sense the waters of the lake. The spell was easily seen through, and she had no choice but to fight and flee against them. Ivan was watching from a distance, maintaining the disillusionment charm. His magic was much better than Fleur's, so he was able to remain hidden.
These merpeople are too cowardly. There are so many fish against one wizard, but they only dare to throw rocks from afar.
Chapter 659, I was just kidding, I didn't expect you to be serious. After entering the underwater jungle, the journey became more difficult. Visibility was reduced to a minimum, and all that could be seen were the rippling, tangled black water plants in the lake. As he swam, a dark creature suddenly poked its head out of the water grass in front of him, its sharp claws reaching out in an attempt to hook Ivan's ankles. But before it could touch Ivan, a blinding red light blasted out and split its claws in half. A pained, high-pitched wail echoed through the black lake, and then the strange creature with horns and sharp teeth fled into the water.
Not another one!
Ivan exclaimed, shaking his head in frustration. He put away his wand and did not bother to chase after them. This green-skinned, horned water monster was a magical creature that Ivan once read about in a book about underwater magical creatures. These magical creatures generally preferred to lurk in the thick vegetation, and when their prey passed by, they would hook them with their claws and drag them into the water to feast. They were arguably the most dangerous creatures that any champion would have to deal with, as they had sharp teeth and a frightening lack of intelligence. The rest of the journey was fraught with trouble. Ivan killed a 4-meter-long giant squid and knocked out 2 merpeople who tried to stop him. As the number of stone narrows increased, Ivan caught sight of a large statue of a merman in the distance, the 4 hostages tied to its tail. The nearby merpeople guards, upon seeing Ivan's approach, sprang into action, surrounding him in a semicircle with their shining steel prongs, roaring with terror. Stupefy, stunned, petrificus totalis, all petrified. Ivan had no intention of backing down even in the face of dozens of merpeople. He quickly waved his wand and attacked several merpeople guards with pitchforks. The rocks that fell on him were all blocked by the armor charm. Just when Ivan thought there was going to be a fight, he saw the remaining merpeople fleeing in panic, screaming and throwing their weapons aside. This left Ivan speechless. It seemed that the merpeople's fear of wizards was greater than he had imagined, and that they would flee at the first sign of trouble. However, this saved him a lot of trouble. Ignoring the fleeing merpeople, Ivan swam all the way to the giant statue, tore off the bindings, and placed his wand on Hermione's forehead to remove the stunning charm. Hermione's closed eyes flickered open a moment later, although she was still groggy, and her memory seemed to linger on the moment before she fell asleep. When she saw Ivan, Hermione tried to speak, but when she did, the lake water poured into her mouth. Ivan managed to save her from asphyxiation by casting a bubblehead charm on her.
Don't be so hasty, Hermione. We have plenty of time, you can talk about it.
Ivan said gently, patting her back. Hermione painfully coughed up the water in her throat and looked around in confusion, realizing that she was in the middle of a deep lake.
Are we in the Black Lake?
Hermione asked Ivan, instantly understanding where she was.
Yes, that's right.
Ivan nodded, then asked,
Do you remember how you got here, Hermione?
Professor McGonagall came to me last night and told me that the second match was special and that the champions needed an assistant. She asked me if I would like to help, and I agreed.
Hermione explained in a daze. Ivan was not surprised. This was pretty much what he had expected.
Are you in the game now? What should I do?
Hermione asked, regaining her composure after a short spell of dizziness.
Nothing at all, as long as I get you to shore and the game is over.
Ivan said with a smile, and then, seeing that Hermione still seemed dazed, he went on to remind her.
Have you forgotten the hints in the Merpeople's song? The champions need to find their most precious treasures at the bottom of the lake.
Hermione, naturally, caught the hidden meaning in Ivan's words, and her face, which had been deathly pale after soaking in the lake, suddenly became ruddy, and she stammered.
So I'm...
Hogwarts champion Ivan Hals's most prized possession,
replied Ivan primly. Ivan pointed to the giant statue behind them.
According to the script, you were kidnapped by those merpeople, so I'm here to save you.
Hermione turned around and saw that there were 3 hostages tied to the statue, one of which she knew very well.
Ginny, she's here.
Hermione exclaimed. Ginny is Harry's.
Treasure!
Ivan explained, then added.
Well, time is running out, so let's get out of here.
What about Ginny and the others?
Hermione asked after a moment's hesitation.
That's for Harry and the others to do. If I get all the hostages out, no one else will be able to play.
Ivan had no intention of rescuing everyone, as it was technically against the rules of the game, unless a champion voluntarily gave up. Hermione nodded, still worried but not saying anything. Given the limited time they had, Ivan did not delay any further. He wrapped his arm around the witch's slender waist and pulled her into his arms. After soaking in the cold lake for so long, Hermione's body was frighteningly cold, and Ivan's heart went out to her, even though he knew she had Dumbledore's anti-cold charm. Hermione sank obediently into Ivan's warm embrace, greedily seeking warmth from his body. Then, as if she had just thought of something, Hermione hesitated for a moment, before kissing Ivan on the cheek. The gentle touch made Ivan look down. Hermione ran back into his arms like a frightened rabbit, but he could hear her trembling voice. According to the script, this is a reward for the brave. Chapter 660, Miserable Warriors. This was a live broadcast.
Hales!
Ivan was deep in thought when a faint cry reached his ears, and he glanced down at Hermione. The little witch shook her head and pointed to the grass behind her, indicating that the noise was coming from there. Yvonne gripped her wand, wondering if she should go over, as this was most likely a trap. This was the perfect place for a sneak attack, and since he was the first warrior to rescue the hostages, there was a good chance that a champion would try to ambush him. During the delay, the shouting became fainter and fainter, to the point where it was almost inaudible.
Go and see, Ivan.
Hermione whispered, tugging gently at Ivan's sleeve. Yvonne hesitated for a moment, but then, in a show of confidence in her own abilities, she nodded, cast an armor charm on Hermione, leaned over, and raised her wand high to cast an illumination spell. The eerie blue light gradually dispelled the darkness, and the scene ahead was far beyond their expectations.
Fleur.
Hermione was shocked to see the Beauxbatons warrior in a state of unconsciousness. Large amounts of black seaweed were twisting and tangling around Fleur's body, binding her so tightly that bruises could be seen on her exposed arms and waist. Ivan could easily see that this was a trap set by the merpeople.
Will you save her, Ivan? Save her.
Yvonne didn't hesitate. Fleur was no longer in a position to compete with him. Moreover, this was a live broadcast, so there was a high chance that saving Fleur would give him an impression. If he did not save her, the students and referees watching this scene would most likely mistake him for being very cold-blooded.
Defindo cracked apart.
Without hesitation, Ivan waved his wand and cut off the bindings, then used a healing charm to heal the wound, lest Fleur bleed out and die on the way. To Ivan's surprise, Fleur's eyes flew open, and she grabbed his arm as he moved closer to her. Yvonne's reaction was swift. In an instant, the wand was at Fleur's neck, its tip glowing red. The bone-deep chill made Fleur feel as if death were approaching, but she ignored it and clung to Ivan's arm, pleading.
Please help.
Fleur's face was so pale that it was frightening. She cried out weakly, and the arrogance on her face was gone. Yvonne was left speechless by Fleur's words. It didn't take a genius to work out that the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore would never sit by and watch something happen to a hostage. The only people in danger were the champions. Unfortunately, before Ivan could explain, Fleur, who was holding on, fainted again. Only her hands were still holding on to Ivan's arms.
What a pain in the neck.
Ivan muttered under his breath.
I should have left her alone.
Hermione, who could not bear Fleur's deep pleading, thought for a moment, then turned to Yvonne and suggested.
Why don't we help her?
It's not that easy.
Ivan shook his head. With Gabrielle, he would have to take the three of them back, which would slow him down considerably. As Ivan considered this, there was another noise from the Blackwater meadows up ahead, and he instinctively pointed his wand in that direction. A moment later, Harry's head popped out of the water, and he was in bad shape, with cuts on his arms and thighs and ragged clothes. Most notably, Harry was carrying Crumb, who had transformed into a half-shark. Like Fleur, he seemed to have passed out, and even when Harry accidentally hit Crumb on the head, he did not wake up.
Harry, what are you doing behind Crumb's back?
Ivan looked at him in surprise.
He was knocked out fighting those merpeople, and I couldn't just leave him there.
Chapter 661, Dumbledore with a Headache. Ivan didn't know what to say to the kind Harry. He saved Fleur's life on the way back, but Harry saved her life by volunteering to help his opponent. No wonder they came so late.
Even if you leave Crumb alone, it won't be long before the Aurors come to his rescue.
Ivan warned.
Is that so? Professor Dumbledore never said anything about that.
Harry was clearly embarrassed, having not thought about it at the time, and felt he could not leave Crumb alone in the lake.
By the way, what happened to Fleur? Was she attacked by merpeople too?
Harry's eyes soon returned to the Beauxbatons warrior.
She fell into a trap and fainted.
Ivan gave a brief explanation, then exchanged information with Harry, before understanding what was happening on the other side. Shortly after the start of the game, Harry and Crumb were attacked by a large group of merpeople. Due to his weaker strength, Harry only dared to wave his wand to defend and counterattack, while Crumb relied on his transformed strength to close the distance between him and the attackers, attempting to break through. It went well at first, until Crumb seriously injured several merpeople, and the creatures became agitated and attacked Crumb with their harpoons.
They left after they knocked Crumb out, and I don't know why they let me go.
Harry said groggily. All he did was cast a few spells with his wand, and the merpeople surrounding him scattered in terror. Ivan's eyes were full of pity as he looked at Crumb's battered back. Due to Dumbledore's orders, the creatures at the bottom of the lake would not dare to act too harshly unless the champions deliberately angered the merpeople. Combined with the merpeople's own fear of magic, Ivan did not even consider them a threat. Unfortunately, Crumb apparently didn't know this, and was hoping to use his excellent transfiguration to get a good beating. Ivan suddenly felt as if he had overestimated Fleur and Crumb's abilities and their ability to adapt on the spot. He had previously gone to talk to the merpeople to increase the difficulty of the second match because he wanted to cause trouble for Crumb and slow down the rescue of the hostages. He did not expect this outcome.
Ivan, what are we going to do?
Harry asked. He was exhausted from the battle and the long swim with Crumb on his back.
What else can we do? Take them and the hostages with us, of course. There should still be time.
Ivan began helplessly.
Headmaster Dumbledore, will this match be too dangerous for the champions? You did not tell me that the merpeople at the bottom of the lake would attack the champions.
In the face of Maxim's questioning, Dumbledore was calm, taking his time to explain.
Rest assured, Madame Maxim.
Maxim looked over his shoulder, half-believingly, and was slightly relieved to see that Fleur had managed to hold out against the onslaught of merpeople, suffering only minor abrasions. Dumbledore was distracted by this scene and found it strange. According to his agreement with the merpeople, there should not be any merpeople attacking the warriors. Before Dumbledore could think better of it, Karkaroff jumped to his feet in exasperation, glaring at the images in one of the crystal balls.
What the hell is going on? Dumbledore, you need to give us all an explanation. Those damned merpeople knocked Crumb out cold. By statute, their job is to keep the hostages and champions safe.
Several other referees turned to stare at Dumbledore, awaiting his reply. It had always been Dumbledore's job to communicate with the merpeople. Dumbledore was troubled by this, as he had, of course, seen Crumb knocked out in a hand-to-hand fight with the merpeople, and suspected that they might have misinterpreted his words. However, in the face of Maxim and Karkaroff's questioning looks, Dumbledore refused to give them his information, and after a moment of silence, he replied with a calm expression.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's anything wrong with the rules for the second match. Just because the merpeople have kept their promise to me not to actively harm the champions doesn't mean they can't interfere with the champions' rescue efforts. It's part of the game. But the problem is that they've knocked Crumb out cold, so he can't play, and that's what you call merpeople not actively attacking the champions.
Karkaroff shouted irritably.
Yes.
Dumbledore nodded and continued before Karkaroff could curse.
We all know that it was Mr. Crumb who first angered the merpeople, don't we? They were forced to fight back. Besides, as you may have noticed, merpeople are extremely afraid of wizarding magic, and the champions can easily dispel it by raising their wands and casting a few deterrent charms. It's a good test, isn't it? I had hoped that all the champions would find out about it first.
Chapter 662. Isn't this the original intention of the Triwizard Tournament? When Dumbledore finished speaking, Crouch added,
That's right. The difficulty of the Triwizard Tournament is determined by the average skill level of the champions. Any lower and there would be no challenge for Mr. Harles.
They played along, angering Maxim and Karkaroff. However, they could not say anything to refute him, as the 4 participating warriors had all been attacked by merpeople, and everyone was treated the same.
Headmaster Dumbledore, Hogwarts has won this match. Please send the Aurors to bring back our Beauxbatons warriors and hostages as soon as possible. And Crumb, bring him with you.
Karkaroff added hastily. Although Crumb had been carried on Harry's back ever since he was knocked out by the merpeople, and did not have to worry about his safety, it would be humiliating for Durmstrang if Crumb finished the game looking like that. Karkaroff didn't want to think about what the Daily Prophet's front page was going to say about the match tomorrow. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to get down there and bring the embarrassing thing back up.
There's no hurry.
Dumbledore shook his head, rejecting their suggestion. Maxim glared at Dumbledore in irritation. She believed that Dumbledore was deliberately trying to embarrass Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang warriors. After all, the match had turned into an infighting between the Hogwarts warriors, and Ivan's outstanding performance had made it clear who would win and who would lose. Sending Aurors to rescue the injured would not affect the match in any way.
Please be patient, Madame Maxim. I have always believed that winning or losing is not the whole story of this game.
Dumbledore could read Maxim's mind, so he tried to reassure her, gesturing for her to look at the crystal ball on the far right. Maxim scoffed at Dumbledore's quibbling, but when he looked at where Dumbledore was pointing, he saw that the situation had changed. Ivan, who had been in the lead and had successfully rescued the hostages, stopped and rescued Fleur, who then, at her request, hesitated to return to Gabrielle. Harry, on the other hand, carried Crumb on his back and continued the game. Even when he was attacked by several merpeople, he did not leave Crumb behind.
That's what the Triwizard Tournament was all about, wasn't it?
Dumbledore asked, watching the events play out in the crystal ball. The purpose of the Triwizard Tournament was to promote friendly communication between the 3 wizarding schools of Europe, but over time, the tournament somehow evolved into a competition for fame and victory. Over the course of more than 700 years of competition, there have been instances in which champions have chosen to accidentally kill their opponents. It was a tradition for headmasters to play dirty in order to compete for the title of Europe's #1 school of magic. It is safe to say that the unusually high death rates of the Triwizard Tournament are inextricably linked to the poor atmosphere of the tournament. As a result, the competition, which was originally held to improve communication, caused a rift between the three major wizarding schools to grow deeper and deeper, until all communication was cut off by the outbreak of conflict. Ivan's and Harry's assistance in the match is a rarity. Karkaroff and Maxim fell into a long silence as they watched the images play out in the crystal ball.
I think a friendly match like this should go on, don't you?
Dumbledore asked, turning to face them.
Well, the next time we hold a Triwizard tournament, Beauxbatons will consider it.
Maxim hesitated, then relented. Karkaroff didn't give him any face, remarking sarcastically.
That's assuming there aren't two more champions at Hogwarts.
Dumbledore winced, then smiled wryly. This was not what he had hoped for either. However, Dumbledore knew very well that Karkaroff and Maxim would not believe him, no matter how he tried to explain.
Well, gentlemen, time for small talk can be put back. We should prepare in advance for the return of the champions.
Chapter 663, Thank the Wrong Person, Miss Delacour. Bagman, who was standing at the front of the stage with his eyes fixed on the crystal ball on the right, shouted as Ivan rose out of the water.
First up is the Hogwarts champion, Ivan Howells. Let's cheer for him.
At Bagman's shout, there was a thunderous round of applause, and everyone stood up and shouted Ivan's name. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the calm lake, and then the water seemed to be affected by some force and was lifted up. Ivan took the opportunity to flap his wings formed by his robe and jumped from the water to the shore.
Oh, let's see, our champion didn't bring his hostage with him. He was carrying Miss Fleur, the champion of Beauxbatons. My God, this is amazing.
Bagman exclaimed. Ivan gave Bagman a dirty look, then handed Fleur to Madame Pomfrey, who was waiting, then went to the lake to pull Gabrielle up, and finally Hermione.
Ivan, are we really going to leave Harry and Crumb alone?
Hermione asked worriedly, looking out at the black lake.
Don't worry, they'll swim up.
Ivan assured him, then pointed to the floating crystal ball.
No, see for yourself.
Hermione looked up curiously and saw 5 large crystal balls floating in the air above the black lake, faithfully recording everything that had happened at the bottom of the lake. However, Hermione was no longer in the mood to care about anyone else. All she could think about was kissing Ivan at the bottom of the lake.
So everyone can see what we're doing all the time. Ah, that's right, isn't it?
Yvonne said sheepishly, scratching her head.
Then why didn't you tell me before?
Hermione's face burned red, and she punched Ivan in the chest in frustration. Hermione was so embarrassed at the thought of the whole school seeing her kissing Ivan that she wanted to drown in the black lake.
I didn't think you'd kiss me out of the blue.
Yvonne said, throwing up her hands in exasperation. She couldn't blame him, could she? Hermione glared at Ivan, her eyes as sharp as knives but helpless. As the two of them chatted, there was movement on the calm lake again. Not far from the shore, 2 heads suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. Harry gasped for air. He had been underwater for so long that the gorse had worn off, and he was a surprisingly bad swimmer. Luckily, Ginny could swim as well, and the two helped each other to the bank, where Ivan and Hermione pulled them up. Crumb was worse off than them. He had been carried to shore by his own hostages. Karkaroff nearly fainted on the spot when he saw this.
Gabriel.
Fleur, who had been taken care of by Madame Pomfrey, woke up and looked around the room in a panic, ignoring the fact that her blanket had fallen to the floor. It was only when she saw her sister standing safely on the shore of the lake that the tension in Fleur's heart eased, and she threw her arms around her.
That's great, you're okay, that's great, I thought.
Fleur clung to Gabrielle, losing control of her emotions and crying out, while Gabrielle, who was only 8 or 9 years old, tried to calm her sister down. Yvonne was deeply moved by their sisterhood. Other than himself, the other warriors probably took the words in the golden egg seriously, believing that their most beloved would be buried at the bottom of the lake after the time limit. Of course, this was not to say that the chosen champions were stupid, but rather that the organizers knew exactly what they were thinking, and the news broke out on the field. There was no time for thought, and no champion would bet on the person they cared about the most. Yvonne wondered how she would react if she were told that they had thrown Hermione into the Black Lake and would only give her an hour to rescue her. After spending some time with Gabrielle, Fleur looked at Ivan with gratitude in her eyes.
Thank you, Hales.
Fleur said gratefully, throwing her arms around Ivan. While Ivan lured her to the school of merpeople at the bottom of the lake, Fleur did not hold it against him. After all, they were rivals at the time, and Ivan was being merciful by not attacking her directly. It was for this reason that Yvonne was able to accept her request to go back and save Gabrielle, much to Fleur's delight. Ivan, however, was not grateful at all, as he felt the chill behind him and quickly broke free of Fleur's embrace, not giving her a chance to kiss him at all.
No, you thank the wrong person, Mademoiselle Delacour.
Fleur looked at Ivan, nonplussed, unsure what he meant.
Hermione suggested I save you, so thank her if you want.
Ivan explained, pointing to Hermione. Not expecting Ivan to give her credit for saving Fleur and Gabrielle, Hermione waved him off and was about to say something, when Fleur threw her arms around her and thanked her profusely, causing Hermione to blush.
Why did you lie to my sister?
Gabrielle asked, looking at Ivan curiously. She had been woken up by him at the bottom of the lake, and she knew more about him. Yvonne crouched down and gazed at the small girl.
I didn't lie to her.
She said half-jokingly.
If Hermione hadn't insisted that I save you, I might have chosen to keep you in the Black Lake with the ugly merpeople.
Gabrielle, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. She didn't believe a word Yvonne had said and imitated Fleur's actions by giving her a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
I owe you that much.
Chapter 664, Rating and Tears of Fleur. As the four champions returned in turn, several judges in the audience gathered to discuss the matter. After about 5 minutes of debate, Bagman, the commentator, stepped forward and cleared his throat.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a careful review by the judges, we will now reveal the final score of each champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a careful review by the judges, we will now reveal the final score of each champion.
That's cheating.
Hermione snapped. Karkaroff was not the only one who was accused of cheating. Even the referees were frowning.
I think Crumb's transfiguration is superb, far beyond his peers. Although he was knocked out by a large group of merpeople during the match, it was only an accident. It does not mean that we should erase his efforts.
Karkaroff shamelessly defended Crumb, ignoring the crowd's questioning. Bagman, mindful of Crumb's low score and not wanting to argue with Karkaroff, announced Crumb's final score, a total of 20 points. Bagman then turned his attention to Fleur and began introducing her to the game. Now, Madame Fleur de Lacquer, the champion of Beauxbatons, she showed us how well she could use the bubblehead charm and successfully escaped the merpeople.
Wait, Mr. Bagman.
Fleur interrupted.
What is it? Do you have something to say, Madame de Lacquer?
Bagman looked at her in surprise. Fleur took a deep breath, turned to Ivan, and said in a hoarse voice,
I don't think you've noticed, but I promised Mr. Ivan Howells at the bottom of the lake that I would give up the second match. You don't have to rate me.
Bagman frowned. It was the first time he had ever been in a situation like this, and he didn't know how to respond. The young wizards in the audience whispered among themselves. The Beauxbatons students, in particular, glared at Fleur with displeasure, believing that she had given up the second match without considering the consequences, which would have humiliated Beauxbatons and cost them the championship. Fleur pursed her lips and looked bleak in the face of all the questions and abuse, but stood her ground. Ivan, who had finally managed to get rid of Gabrielle, was also looking at Fleur. He did not expect her to keep her promise and ask to be disqualified. Ivan was not going to take the blame for this, however, as he did not want another report in the Daily Prophet tomorrow saying that he had taken advantage of the situation to force Fleur to withdraw from the race in order to rescue Gabrielle.
Miss de Lacquer, I'm afraid you've forgotten that I never agreed to your request, so technically it doesn't count. You didn't give up the game.
And if you had to get a 0, what would Mr. Crumb do? Wouldn't he have to do the same as you? So if you don't mind, you'd have to take Mr. Crumb's feelings into consideration, wouldn't you?
Yvonne went on, gesturing for Fleur to look at Crumb, who was still unconscious. Ivan's speech took everyone by surprise, and there was a brief silence, during which more and more people applauded his show of tolerance and generosity. Only the Durmstrang students looked grim. they had the feeling that Ivan was taking the opportunity to discredit Crumb.
Mr. Harles is right, and the headmasters agree that the game is too difficult, and that even the champions who did not complete the game have performed brilliantly, so we are willing to rate Madame de Lacquer's performance.
Bagman said with a smile.
Also, I want to stress that the Goblet of Fire does not allow champions to give up halfway through a match. No matter what happens, you must play the game to the end.
Dumbledore said in his booming voice, looking sternly at Fleur. Dumbledore's words were a clear rejection of the possibility of Fleur's retirement, and the normal scoring session resumed. As Fleur had been underwater longer than Crumb and had performed brilliantly against the merpeople, the score was higher than Crumb's by 27 points.
Thank you.
Fleur said excitedly. She looked at the judges, then back at Yvonne, tears streaming down her face. Bagman did not wait for Fleur to calm down, but proceeded to announce Harry's score. As the only two champions to have made it through the final, Harry's score should have been quite high. By the time he returned with Ginny, however, it was already past time, and Ivan was the only one who made it through the treacherous water meadows and Merpeople's Square. Hermione, Ron, and the rest of the audience were furious when Bagman announced Harry's score, believing he deserved 40 points or more. Harry, on the other hand, was quite satisfied, as he scored 10 points more than Fleur and Crumb. Bagman smacked his lips and pointed an impassioned finger at Ivan, who was standing on the edge of the lake.
And finally, the final score for the champion, Ivan Hals. Mr. Harles performed the match perfectly, saving Miss de Lacquer and her hostage Gabrielle in a match that lasted 57 minutes and 37 seconds, showing us his noble moral character.
After much discussion, the judges agreed that Mr. Hales's performance was impeccable and scored 50 points. Chapter 665, Fusing the Fourth Bloodline. Bagman's words were met with thunderous applause from the audience, and the young Gryffindor wizards rushed excitedly from the paddock, gathered around Ivan, and threw him high into the air.
Mr. Bagman, as I recall, there is no rule in the rules that allows the announcer to judge on the referee's behalf. This is an extremely serious infraction.
Ah, my bad indeed.
Bagman patted his head, looking annoyed. However, he did not even look at Karkaroff. Instead, he turned to the remaining judges and said,
But I don't think anyone has any objections to this judgment, do they?
Dumbledore remained silent, smiling, but Crouch spoke first.
Hales's performance on the field was clear to all, and I think it would not be unreasonable to give him a perfect score. And since the final score for the champions has now been announced, there is no need to change it. As for Mr. Bagman's actions of passing judgment on our behalf,
Crouch hesitated.
it was probably just a moment of excitement.
Dumbledore said casually, taking over the conversation.
Yes, that's right, that's it.
Bagman nodded his head vigorously, as if he had simply blurted it out in his excitement. Karkaroff could not fail to see that the trio were in cahoots, and he was so furious that he slammed his hands on the table. However, it was clear that he alone would not be able to stir up any trouble, so Karkaroff quickly turned his head to seek Maxim's support. However, considering that Ivan had saved Fleur's life in the second match of the season, and the fact that he had spoken up on Fleur's behalf to protect Beauxbaton's reputation, Maxim turned down Karkaroff's offer.
Good, you're both good.
Karkaroff said, glaring at Maxim in exasperation, then leaving with a flick of his sleeve.
I need to get into my own room.
Yvonne chanted to herself as she deftly paced the carpet 3 times. A moment later, an ornate door appeared in the wall. Ivan pushed the door open and found himself in an unusually wide space, complete with a potion room, an alchemy room, and a combat dummy. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and he could access any books he wanted. The reason for putting everything together was to prevent the Room of Requirement from being invaded by Barty Crouch Jr. He placed a large amount of protective magic around the room, which would immediately attack any foreign magic that entered and destroy the brewing of the Bloodline fusion potion to prevent its important formula from being leaked. Fortunately, everything seemed normal inside, and there were no signs of an invasion. The cauldron in the potion room was bubbling, and Ivan leaned in to take a look. The liquid in the cauldron had turned a pure transparent color, indicating that he had come at the right time. The brewing was almost complete, and there was only one final step left. Ivan did not hesitate. He took out the bottle of dragon blood and poured it into the cauldron. As the blood flowed into the cauldron, the colorless, transparent potion gradually turned scarlet red and began to boil in the cauldron like hot lava.
Please don't taste as bad as lava.
Ivan muttered to himself as he recalled the painful experience of drinking the Bloodline fusion potion. However, he had already boiled it. How could he not drink it?
Let's do it.
Ivan frowned as he picked up the cauldron and gulped it down. The scarlet liquid tasted like heated syrup, but there was no sweetness to it. Instead, it was very choppy. After swallowing it down his throat, his entire body felt like it was on fire. His bones creaked, and the magic that had been obediently in his body slowly became restless. Ivan resisted this uncomfortable feeling and did not immediately exchange for the system's protective mode. Instead, he tried to calm the agitated magic with his will. This was not Ivan's first attempt at this, as his previous attempts at hemolysis had given him plenty of experience, which was why he dared to take the risk of honing his skills. It was effective at first, and Ivan managed to calm the restless magic. However, in just 10 seconds, Ivan found that the situation in his body had worsened. The rapidly increasing magic broke the balance, and the power of the dragon rampaged through his body, startling the natives. Chapter 666, Fusion of Dragon Blood and Horned Snorkak. The unicorn was the first to cry out, resisting the newborn power within its body. Then, the cold magic of the basilisk entered the battlefield through its eyes, slowly turning into a three-way battle. Ivan nearly thought he was going to explode. This was only the beginning, however, and Ivan was soon aware that his body was beginning to change shape. The out-of-control situation instantly taught Ivan that the problem of blood conflict could not be solved by willpower alone. Activate protection mode. Ivan was shouting in his head as fast as he could. At this moment, the magic in his body was surging like a wave. Fortunately, with the intervention of the system, the surging wave slowly calmed down and became more docile. Only the magic brought about by his bloodline was still uncontrollable. This was especially true of the newly born magic, which was not only brutal but also extremely aggressive. After Ivan suppressed the power of the other magical creatures, it quickly seeped into every part of his body, and a sudden stabbing pain spread to his brain. This was in contrast to the rapid growth of his magic, which was rapidly spreading out from Ivan's body, causing the nearest mahogany table to tremble and crack.
Wishing for something to happen.
Chapter 667, New Bloodline Magic. Ding, after a period of practice, your transfiguration skill has improved greatly. Current level 7, 140 out of 12,800. Protection mode over. After the transformation was complete, 2 system prompts sounded in Ivan's head, and the active magic in his body gradually subsided, becoming inert and uncontrollable. The sudden change made Ivan as uncomfortable as being forced to brake and drive slowly to the finish line. Fortunately, Ivan had experienced this many times before, and it only took him a few seconds to get used to it. The first thing he did was to conjure a large, full-length mirror to look into. Looking at the handsome young wizard with blonde hair and dark eyes in the mirror, Ivan nodded in satisfaction. His appearance hadn't changed much after the blood fusion, but he had grown a little taller.
Dragonification.
Ivan was lost in thought as he looked at the new abilities in the blood magic column. Did the literal meaning of the word make him a dragon? However, such an ability did not seem to work, as Boggart's transfiguration could do the same.
Just improving physical fitness.
Yvonne muttered to herself, then looked at herself in the mirror and dismissed the idea. This was because scarlet dragon scales were gradually covering his exposed skin, turning from transparent to solid over time. Wanting to test the dragon scale's defensive capabilities, Ivan raised his hand and placed his wand against the dragon-scaled hand.
Defindo torn to pieces.
Ivan chanted, and with a flash of red light and a dull thud, cracks appeared on the dragon's scales. A moment later, the scales shattered, and Ivan's arm, which was hidden behind the scales, did not hurt at all.
The dragon's scale's defensive capabilities are weaker than the armor charm, and it's basically equivalent to a barrier created by the obstacle charm.
Ivan thought to himself, slightly disappointed, but seeing that the dragon's scales on his arms were beginning to heal after being shattered, he raised his evaluation of his dragonification ability. In addition, if his perception was not wrong, the power of the spell seemed to have increased a lot when he used it. Ivan wasn't sure if he was imagining things, so he decided to try again. He placed the crumple-horned snorkack on the table, looked at the combat dummy in the distance, and waved his wand.
Reducto, crushed to pieces.
A violent surge of magic shot out of the wand, and the blinding beam slammed into the combat dummy almost instantly, shattering the upper body of the target. Ivan, however, was not satisfied and continued to work his magic, harming the wooden dummies and experimenting with the power of the dragonification charm. The power of the spell has increased by about 30 to 50%.
He looks like a total villain, and that's not good.
Ivan complained as he looked at himself in the mirror and canceled his dragonification. If he kept this up, Ivan feared he would eventually turn into a draconian with dragon scales, dragon horns, and dragon wings. After experimenting roughly with the effects of dragonification, Ivan put it aside for the moment and focused on his other gains. Other than the extra bloodline magic, the magic bar in the system's status bar had also increased by a large margin, more pronounced than any previous blood fusion increase. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Most of the unicorn's power was integrated into its patronus, and most of the basilisk's magic was used to strengthen its eyes. Only the dragon's magic flowed through its entire body to improve it. Chapter. While Ivan was deep in thought, a low cry sounded in his ear, and he turned to find the crumple-horned snorkack half the size of his hand. The poor little thing was standing on the only table in the room that was still intact. She looked so frightened that she buried her head in her thick fur and shivered.
"Oh, I almost forgot about you,"
said Ivan, patting his head. He reached out and grabbed the crumple-horned snorkack by its fur, then lifted it into the air to examine it. Such violence caused the crumple-horned snorkack to let out a miserable wail, its four legs kicking weakly in the air, its orange eyes filled with fear.
"Am I that scary?"
Chapter 668, True Creature Transformation and Little Barty's Clue. In general, the transformed creature is a manifestation of the wizarding magic, which obeys to some extent the various commands of the caster. However, the crumple-horned snorkack in front of him was different. Ivan found himself unable to control its movements, and even with his current level of transfiguration, he could not see any flaws. It was as if the creature in front of him was real and not an illusion.
"Curse, stop!"
Ivan shouted as he pointed his wand at the crumple-horned snorkack's head, trying to undo his transfiguration spell. However, with a flash of white light, the crumple-horned snorkack remained where it was, staring at him with innocent, frightened eyes. Yvonne's face lit up with joy and shock. Had she really transformed a block of wood into a crumple-horned snorkack, created a whole new species? Ivan instinctively wanted to deny this possibility. The more he studied, the more he understood the difficulty. Today's examples of total transformation in the wizarding world are legends that may or may not be true. Instead, a large number of transfiguration-related teaching books explicitly stated that transfiguration could not truly change the nature of things. For example, food that had been magically transfigured must never be used to fill one's stomach, as it had no nutrients whatsoever. When the wizard's magic on it had worn off, the food would revert to its original form, possibly causing an extremely serious accident. It is for this reason that there are so many poor wizards and witches in the wizarding world. Otherwise, everyone would have all the resources they want with a single transfiguration.
Could it have something to do with the fact that his magic had been upgraded to level 7?
"Curse, stop!"
Ivan shouted as he pointed his wand at the crumple-horned snorkack's head, trying to undo his transfiguration spell. However, with a flash of white light, the crumple-horned snorkack remained where it was, staring at him with innocent, frightened eyes. Yvonne's face lit up with joy and shock. Had she really transformed a block of wood into a crumple-horned snorkack, created a whole new species? Ivan instinctively wanted to deny this possibility. The more he studied, the more he understood the difficulty. Today's examples of total transformation in the wizarding world are legends that may or may not be true. Instead, a large number of transfiguration-related teaching books explicitly stated that transfiguration could not truly change the nature of things. For example, food that had been magically transfigured must never be used to fill one's stomach, as it had no nutrients whatsoever. When the wizard's magic on it had worn off, the food would revert to its original form, possibly causing an extremely serious accident. It is for this reason that there are so many poor wizards and witches in the wizarding world. Otherwise, everyone would have all the resources they want with a single transfiguration. Could it have something to do with the fact that his magic had been upgraded to level 7? Yvonne asked, changing her mind, thinking that perhaps his enhanced transfiguration had allowed him to break through some sort of restriction. Thinking of this possibility, Ivan immediately tried it, once again swinging his wand at the dragonfly that had fallen to the ground. Under the influence of magic, the dragonfly quickly melted and transformed into another crumple-horned snorkack. It was the size of a human head and looked very powerful and powerful. There was also nothing wrong with its appearance, but when compared to the crumple-horned snorkack in his hand, Ivan felt that something was missing.
How could this be?
Ivan was very confused. It seemed that he had been wrong. Even a level 7 transfiguration could not completely change the nature of things.
Hold on, Mr. Crouch. What is it, Hals?
Crouch turned to look at Ivan in surprise.
Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you found anything about Barty Jr.
Yvonne said. Ivan had been so busy preparing for the second match of the season that he could not spare much energy to investigate Barty Jr.'s whereabouts, so he thought that Crouch, who had been sitting idle, might have something to show for it. Crouch, however, looked embarrassed and hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Moody and I have been conducting a search of the castle for suspicious characters, but there are no immediate leads.
Ivan was somewhat disappointed. It had been more than half a term and Barty Jr. was still missing. Did he really have to hold on to the Triwizard Cup and wait for the other party to replace it with a portkey? However, anyone with half a brain could see that Harry's chances of winning were slim, and Barty Jr. might not go back to using the same method as before. Therefore, Barty Jr. had to be caught before the third match.
Mr. Crouch, did your son Barty Jr. have any notable traits, likes, or habits?
Yvonne asked. Crouch was lost in thought for a while, trying to recall everything about Barty, and was shocked at how little he knew about his son, who was unable to speak of Barty's hobbies and habits. Crouch's face clouded with guilt at having neglected Barty during the course of his work. Had he known in time that Barty was involved with dark wizards, things might not have turned out this way. There wasn't much that came back to him, but he told her everything he could to help Ivan.
My son is a regular Quidditch player and occasionally researches dangerous magic. In addition, he admires pureblood theory, which may be why he submitted to you-know-who.
Ivan interrupted Crouch. It was impossible to determine Barty Jr.'s identity based on this alone, as he was very good at disguising himself from time. Crouch hesitated for a long moment and was about to shake his head when he remembered something.
By the way, my son Barty Jr. has a sweet tooth, and since his return from Azkaban, he's been very fond of sweet things.
Yvonne nodded, thinking it would be a good lead. If you were addicted to something, it wasn't easy to kick the habit, and it was a habit that sometimes went unnoticed.
That's about all I know. I'll give you another picture of him.